for Ukraine would take months to work out, advisors to Donald Trump have said, as per reports. After half a century in politics, Joe Biden bids farewell in an Oval Office address. The US president used his farewell address to warn of an oligarchy of the ultra-wealthy taking root in the country and of a tech-industrial complex that is infringing on Americans' rights as well as the future of democracy. The US Bureau of Industry and Security has removed 3 Indian nuclear entities, Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, and the Indian Rare Earths Limited from its entity list. According to a report, Facebook parent Meta has warned that a recent antitrust directive from the Competition Commission of India could impact WhatsApp's commercial viability in the country. Well, our big focus, Israel and Hamas agreed to a temporary ceasefire, opening a path to end 15 months of intense fighting in Gaza that has killed tens of thousands of Palestinians. This agreement, which the Israeli cabinet is yet to approve, is set to take effect on Sunday and see the phased release of 33 Israeli hostages as well as Palestinian prisoners, while Israel will also pull its troops from densely populated areas in Gaza. The US President, Joe Biden, took credit for the months-long negotiations, but analysts also pointed out to the incoming Trump administration's efforts to actually pressurize Israel on this deal. Israeli forces, however, are continuing with their attacks across the Gaza Strip, killing at least 30 Palestinians in the enclave since this agreement was announced. So the agreement is but a fragile reprieve lasting just 6 months, some analysts argue, and celebrations in Gaza were cautious as per multiple reports. Listen in to what the Prime Minister of Qatar had to say, followed by the outgoing US President's reaction and my colleague Sarah Coates' report from Tel Aviv.
دولة قطر وجمهورية مصر العربية والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية الإعلان عن نجاح جهود الوساطة المشتركة بوصول طرفي النزاع في قطاع غزة إلى اتفاق بشأن تبادل الأسرى والرهائن والعودة إلى الهدوء المستدام وصولا لوقف دائم لإطلاق النار بين الجانبين.
I'd also note this deal was developed and negotiated under my administration, but its terms will be implemented for the most part by the next administration. In these past few days, we've been speaking as one team. This has been a time of real turmoil in the Middle East. But as I prepare to leave office, our friends are strong, our enemies are weak, and there's a genuine opportunities for a new future.
Celebrations right around the region after this ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas was announced by Qatar's Prime Minister after 15 months of fighting and more than 46,000 people killed in the Gaza Strip. Now, this ceasefire deal is expected to go into effect on Sunday, with 3 hostages released that day, another 4 released 1 week later. Now, this first phase of the deal will see 33 hostages released in total in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners being held in Israeli jails. Now, it is during the second phase that there will be discussions on how to permanently end this war, and it is during the second phase that soldiers will be released, male soldiers and also men under the age of 50. So once again, it certainly is good news for the region after 15 months of fighting, but in saying that, there is a lot of careful optimism and anticipation given that previous ceasefires or attempts to get them over the line have fallen over. But certainly this is good news that we're hearing this evening. Sarah Coates for NDTV, Tel Aviv.
And for further clarity, we have with us Middle East expert James Bowden and Ray Locker joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for making time for us on NDTV. James, I'd like to begin with you first. Would you call this ceasefire deal fragile reprieve? What do you think are the factors that will determine whether this ceasefire will hold beyond this proposed 6-week window?
Oh, it's absolutely fragile. And I think it was very appropriate to emphasize all throughout the reporting that, you know, this is the engagement, not the wedding. We have not gotten to the cabinet approval, and this could still be sunk in the cabinet tomorrow when they meet together. So again, as was expressed in the report, just very cautious optimism and thinking that it might go through, but it could still fall apart. And even in the run up to the ceasefire, we have seen in other ceasefires that Israel has extensively bombed, especially in Lebanon, southern Lebanon, and Beirut. And so, if they do that same type of pattern in Gaza, it may undermine their efforts. It might actually break the ceasefire. So, everything is just a very delicate process right now.
Ray, let's bring you in as well. Given the significant loss of life and destruction in Gaza, considering the emotional and psychological toll this war has taken, you believe Gaza is truly celebrating this ceasefire, or is the mood more cautious?
Well, I think they're cautious, but I think they're celebrating because it means, at least for temporarily, they'll get a respite from the constant bombing and attacks that they have brought upon themselves for the last 15 months.
But Joe Biden has taken credit for facilitating this ceasefire. But many reports also suggest, meanwhile, that the Trump administration may have played a key role in pressurizing Israel. Ray, how do you evaluate the diplomatic contributions from both the U.S. administrations in this agreement?
Well, I think Biden's been working for a long time to get to this deal. But the thing that the Israelis knew and Hamas knew was that Trump wanted the Israelis to do whatever it took to get rid of Hamas. So Hamas is looking at this saying, it's January 15th. We got 5 more days to deal with Biden. And then after that, we got to deal with Trump. We don't know what he's capable of doing. Meanwhile, Trump and his team were saying to the Israelis, we want this to stop. And we don't know how much how patient we'll be. We don't want this to go on. And I think both sides looked at the future and said, it's better to deal with this now than wait 5 days.
Right. And James, how would you view the broader implications of this agreement in the context of Israel's military and political goals in Gaza? Do you argue that this agreement is simply a tactical move, or is there a genuine shift in Israel's strategy?
I see this as a possible net loss for Netanyahu, and I think that it's going to be a very significant step. I do think that they will likely resume the war. We have not seen any announcement of them withdrawing the declaration of war that they issued at the beginning. And I think it's very possible that they will go back in after the term of the ceasefire and continue the war because they've not met all of their objectives. And so I do think that there's going to be a reinitiation. During the ceasefire, though, there may be a significant amount of political combat and fighting within Israel, and that might change the game. It's a very dynamic situation there.
But Ray, let's bring you in here. What would you say then are the major hurdles that remain for any potential long-term peace agreement as far as this is concerned?
Well, on the Hamas side, you got to look at whatever leadership they have left and what they want to do. Do they want to continue to push Israel and, continue to be a terrorist organization as they have been? And on the Israeli side, do the right-wingers in the Netanyahu government want to keep pushing for total eradication of Hamas and claiming land in Gaza? Some people want all of Gaza, and those people often hold the balance of power in the Israeli government. So long term, I'm not real optimistic we're going to see peace, upon the land there for any time in the foreseeable future.
Right. James,
Definitely.
as we wrap, what do you think makes this agreement different? Could we see this as a sign of potential diplomatic breakthrough? Or would you assert that this is a momentary break in a much longer cycle of violence?
I think that this is a break in a much longer cycle of violence. My view of the Middle East and my experience with it over 14 years of research and study says that even if this gives us a prolonged pause, we are likely to see further issues grow out of this conflict that weren't resolved and will have to be readdressed through another conflict or two. So unfortunately, my optimism is very low at this point. And I do think that we are, if we're not going to see something immediate, maybe a year from now, maybe 2 years, but there will be a renewal of violence.
Well, let's see what the Israel cabinet does today. Thank you so much, gentlemen, as always, for joining us on NDTV. Meanwhile, a peace deal for Ukraine would take months to work out. This is what advisors to Donald Trump have said. While the president-elect has promised a quick resolution to the nearly 3-year war, analysts as well as his associates now forecast a drawn-out timeline. Hopes for a deal within Trump's first 100 days in office are way too optimistic. This is what a former US ambassador to Kyiv has said. And as Trump's inauguration approaches, Ukraine is responding more aggressively to attacks on its energy infrastructure. Kyiv this week, in fact, launched its biggest aerial assault on Russian territory since the invasion. A Russian security expert has said on record that Ukraine doesn't have much left to lose at this point, so they can just go ahead and take the gloves off. By the way, Joe Biden vows a peaceful transition of power to Trump, but he warns that oligarchy is taking shape in America as he delivered his farewell address from the Oval Office. Biden called on the Constitution to be amended to make clear that no president is immune from crimes that he or she commits while in office, alluding to the Supreme Court ruling last year that guaranteed broad executive immunity from prosecution in the US. But the congressional reaction, meanwhile, to Biden's speech is not exactly surprising. Democrats have lauded the outgoing US president, while Republican representatives wish him good riddance. Listen in to a snippet of his Oval Address.
Millions of Americans now have the dignity of work. Millions of entrepreneurs and companies creating new businesses and industries, hiring American workers, using American products. And together, we've launched a new era of American possibilities.
Well, in other news, Russian President Vladimir Putin may soon have discussions with newly elected US President Donald Trump, during which we are told he will demand that Ukraine never join NATO. This is what Bloomberg is reporting. But Putin's position also contradicts Trump's stated desire to end the war as quickly as possible and may be aimed at granting Russia more flexibility in terms of negotiations. Bloomberg's report, by the way, further noted that Russia's advances in eastern Ukraine have been slow and have come at a very heavy cost. Ray Locker's with us for further clarity on this as well. Ray, how realistic is this demand? And what would be the consequences for Ukraine's sovereignty and security if it were to accept such terms?
Well, I mean, first of all, Trump's promises to end the war immediately were never true. No one really took them seriously, and now they're logically backing away from them, so that makes sense. Look, Ukraine has to negotiate its own future. Trump can't do it for them. I don't think anybody would stand for that in Ukraine or in Europe. Right. And so, you know, I mean, Putin pushed Ukraine in the arms of NATO, pushed Ukraine in the arms of the EU, and he can't really negotiate his way out of that. So, I mean, this may be his opening gambit, but this is not where it's going to end.
But Ray, how might an incoming President Donald Trump approach these demands, especially considering his prior skepticism about NATO and his stance on Ukraine? Could his leadership actually change the balance of power in the negotiations?
Well, it could, because he could drop support of Ukraine. And if Ukraine doesn't have the U.S. support, then they have to rely on Western Europe. And that's not as strong as a joint U.S.-European alliance in support of Ukraine. So that could alter the balance of power very unfavorably for Ukraine.
And with Russia's growing confidence on the battlefield, how much would you say if Putin's stance is shaped by military gains versus geopolitical objectives? And what do these demands signal about Russia's long-term strategy, especially as far as Europe is concerned?
Well, Russia, I think, is always going to be a threat to Europe as long as Putin's around. I don't think that Russia is necessarily gaining in the war against Ukraine. They're doing okay. But at what cost? I mean, they've lost so many people in a war that they didn't need to have. And it's really cost Russia a lot, and it's devastated Ukraine. So, I mean, in the end, what good did it do Russia?
Right. Well, we will, of course, track the latest updates with you, Ray. Thanks so much, as always, for joining us with your views.
Thanks, Parmeshwar.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump's pick for Attorney General, Pam Bondi, insisted at her Senate confirmation hearing that Trump had been targeted by years of investigations. But she pledged that she would not politicize or weaponize the Justice Department if confirmed as the country's chief federal law enforcement officer. The statements echoed Trump's claims that the Justice Department had been weaponized against him. Meanwhile, the other crucial story we're tracking, just over a week after US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan announced that Washington was finalizing steps to lift long-standing restrictions on civil nuclear cooperation with India, there's been a significant development. The US Bureau of Industry and Security has removed 3 key Indian nuclear entities from its entity list. Now, these organizations are Bhabha Atomic Research Center, the Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, and Indian Rare Earths Limited. They are no longer subject to export restrictions. And a little bit of context for you here. The entity list compiled by the US Department of Commerce includes foreign individuals and organizations that face trade restrictions due to concerns about national security, terrorism, or weapons of mass destruction. Now, the removal of these Indian entities marks a key shift in US-India nuclear cooperation, potentially opening the door for greater collaboration between our two countries in the civil nuclear sector. And by the way, in a move that's raising tensions between the United States and China, China's Commerce Ministry announced that it has added 4 American companies to its so-called unreliable entity list. These companies are accused of being involved in arms sales to Taiwan, which is a region that China considers part of its own territory and stakes claim on it. The blacklisted companies, including Pacific Rim Defense and Summit Technologies, now face serious penalties. They will be banned from importing or exporting goods to and from China, and also prohibited from making new investments in the country. In fact, this move signals a sharp escalation in the ongoing tensions over Taiwan and US-China relations. By the way, in other news, Meta may need to roll back or pause some features in India due to an antitrust directive that bans WhatsApp from sharing user data with Meta for advertising purposes. Meta is challenging the Competition Commission of India's November directive, which accused it of abusing its dominance and coercing WhatsApp users into accepting a privacy policy that allegedly expanded data collection as well as data sharing. The CCI imposed a $24.5 million fine and a 5-year ban on WhatsApp's data sharing practice in India, which could affect Meta's ability to personalize ads on Facebook as well as Instagram. Well, news and updates continue in a moment, right after this very short break. Do stay tuned.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really
want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform. Please mind the gap. BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for Mega Metro poll coverage.
Well, I'm in Altadena. This is one of the worst hit areas. When disaster strikes, NDTV World brings you exclusive on-the-ground reports straight from the heart of the action.
A neighborhood in Los Angeles that has been devastated by fire.
I just received an emergency alert extreme, which has come on my phone.
Stay tuned for NDTV World's in-depth coverage as we bring you the real stories from Los Angeles.
This is the Altadena area, and there are still fires, and there's a lot of smoke in the area. These houses completely gutted.
This is reporting that matters only on NDTV World.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a time of sweeping economic change, what can India's past tell us about its future? From the watershed moments of 1991 to the challenges of tomorrow. Join Sanjay Pugalia, Editor-in-Chief, NDTV.
Horrific news coming in from South Africa. At least 78 dead bodies have been retrieved from a discontinued gold mine in South Africa, where police cut off food and water supplies for months in what trade unions called a horrific crackdown on desperate people trying to earn a living. Police said that they have ended a rescue operation and believe they have brought out all the survivors and retrieved all the bodies from this abandoned mine, which is southwest of Johannesburg. In other news, Drake has filed a defamation lawsuit against Universal Music Group, the record label he and rival Kendrick Lamar share, over the latter artist's diss track, Not Like Us. The lawsuit, filed in a New York federal court, comes shortly after the Canadian rapper withdrew a legal challenge he made against UMG and Spotify, alleging that they artificially inflated the popularity of Kendrick Lamar's track. UMG has responded by calling it illogical. And the other crucial story we're tracking on NDTV Indian women set a new benchmark in one-day international cricket by recording their highest ever total in the format. Powered by centuries from Pratika Rawal and skipper Smriti Mandhana, India crossed the 370-run mark in the 42nd over of the third ODI against Ireland in Rajkot, rewriting their previous record. India actually posted a mammoth 435 for 5 in their allotted 50 overs, surpassing all previous team totals by both Indian men's and women's teams in ODIs. This monumental feat overshadowed the Indian men's highest score of 418 for 5 achieved against the West Indies in Indore in 2011. Here are the details.
Out of the park.
Just add one more to that list.
And into the record books.
But that's how she bats.
Indian women's cricket team creating history.
6 to end the over.
Scoring their highest ever ODI total against Ireland. The team smashed 435 runs for 5 wickets in 50 overs, breaking their previous record, which they created just a few days ago.
400 comes up for the first time for Indian WODIs.
And entering the 400-run club in women's ODIs.
India finished at 435 for 5.
Smriti Mandhana led the charge, hitting the fastest women's ODI 100 by an Indian. An innings of poise and ruthless aggression.
Fastest ever 100 for India, coming from Smriti Mandhana.
Pratika Rawal also scored her maiden century.
ODI 100, a Pratika Rawal, a superstar in the
making her a standout star. Pratika, playing in just her 5th ODI, went toe-to-toe with the Indian captain.
Another 4.
This record-breaking win is part of India's dominant performance in the 3-match series against Ireland.
This time, leg side.
The team's impressive performance has sent a strong message to the cricketing world.
Another aerial shot.
India will now be hoping to convert this success into an ICC trophy win.
150 comes up for Pratika.
Something that the team has fallen short of time and again in the recent past. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Goes over mid-off this time.
Thank you for investing your time in watching this edition of The World 24/7. As always, we'll keep tracking the latest updates for you. Do stay tuned.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns.
And good morning. Welcome to Breakfast Show. I'm Radhika Ramaswamy coming to you from Mumbai. We also have Divya Vadva joining us from Delhi. Divya, after months of negotiations, Israel-Hamas reached ceasefire deal, and rain, we believe, brought some relief from pollution in Delhi. And of course, we also have all the colors from the Mahakumbh festivities as well.
That's right. Of course, like you mentioned, some relief from the pollution levels that have been in the severe category, and which is why GRAFO measures have brought back is what the government has done, the measure that they've taken in order to tackle the pollution problem. And of course, which means that most classes as far as schools are concerned are going to be offline except for 10th and 12th, and construction activities have been banned. We'll get you first the headlines. And a ceasefire deal has been reached between Israel and Hamas. So that, much spoken about and much anticipated deal, which obviously Donald Trump has been pushing for, is finally taking place as far as that ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is concerned.
And Biden delivers farewell address. Biden hails Israel-Hamas truce deal. Biden says deal locked after 8 months of talks.
Heavy showers overnight in the Delhi NCR region has brought down the temperature, but also the pollution count, which has been in the severe category and been bothering people in the Delhi NCR region. GRAFO measures have kicked in.
And on Delhi polls, big guns to file nominations. Today, Saurabh Bhardwaj, Manish Sisodia to file nominations. BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa also to file his papers.
And in the Formula E race case, it's KTR who's going to be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate. Do remember, this is the second round of questioning for the BRS leader.
And the Grand Mahakumbh is underway in Prayagraj. Over 4 crore devotees take holy dip.
Let's get your top story, and that's Israel and Hamas have agreed to a temporary ceasefire, opening a path to end the 15 months of intense fighting in Gaza that's killed tens of thousands of Palestinians. The agreement, which the Israeli cabinet is yet to approve, is set to take effect on a Sunday and see the phased-out release when it comes to 33 Israeli hostages as well as Palestinian prisoners, while Israel will pull its troops from densely populated areas in Gaza. Radhika.
That's right, Divya. US President Joe Biden took credit for the months-long negotiations, but analysts also pointed to incoming Trump administration's efforts to pressure Israel on the deal. Israeli forces, however, are continuing with their attacks across the Gaza Strip, killing at least 30 Palestinians in the enclave since the agreement was announced. Still, the agreement is but a fragile reprieve lasting just 6 weeks, and celebrations in Gaza were cautious as per multiple reports.
دولة قطر وجمهورية مصر العربية والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية الإعلان عن نجاح جهود الوساطة المشتركة بوصول طرفي النزاع في قطاع غزة إلى اتفاق بشأن تبادل الأسرى والرهائن والعودة إلى الهدوء المستدام وصولا لوقف دائم لإطلاق النار بين الجانبين.
I'd also note this deal was developed and negotiated under my administration, but its terms will be implemented, for the most part, by the next administration. In these past few days, we've been speaking as one team. This has been a time of real turmoil in the Middle East. But as I prepare to leave office, our friends are strong, our enemies are weak, and there's a genuine opportunities for a new future.
Celebrations right around the region after this ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas was announced by Qatar's Prime Minister after 15 months of fighting and more than 46,000 people killed in the Gaza Strip. Now, this ceasefire deal is expected to go into effect on Sunday, with 3 hostages released that day, another 4 released 1 week later. Now, this first phase of the deal will see 33 hostages released in total in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners being held in Israeli jails. Now, it is during the second phase that there will be discussions on how to permanently end this war, and it is during the second phase that soldiers will be released, male soldiers and also men under the age of 50. So once again, it certainly is good news for the region after 15 months of fighting, but in saying that, there is a lot of careful optimism and anticipation given that previous ceasefires or attempts to get them over the line have fallen over, but certainly this is good news that we're hearing this evening. Sarah Coates for NDTV, Tel Aviv.
Right, thank you so much for getting us all those details. We also have Ghazali with us. Ghazali, while Palestinians are celebrating the announcement of the ceasefire that will come into effect from the 19th, that's Sunday, Israeli forces, however, continuing with their attacks across the Gaza Strip, and from what we are hearing, reports are suggesting 30 Palestinians have been killed since the agreement was announced.
See, it is almost a repeat of what we saw, the ceasefire and how it was brokered in Lebanon between Hezbollah and Israel, and what happened hours before or days before the ceasefire was announced, because Israel or any other country, perhaps we can just quote Israel in this particular case, every time there is an announcement or there is a likely announcement of the ceasefire, Israel intensifies its aerial bombardment or aerial strikes in that particular region. And this is exactly what it is doing right now, not just in Gaza, but also in West Bank. Yesterday, aerial strikes happened in West Bank. Gaza also faced similar kind of aerial strikes from Israel. And it is very likely, as some Palestinians are alleging, or the West Asian experts are also alleging, that perhaps Mr. Netanyahu is buying more time, because if the ceasefire has been announced yesterday, by midnight, it was announced yesterday, but even that has been dragged till 19th of January. It is still like 3-4 days and just a day before Mr. Trump takes over. That certainly shows that Mr. Netanyahu is buying some time for formality, that this entire ceasefire proposal has to be approved by the Security Cabinet, which will convene its meeting today, led by Mr. Netanyahu. It may have a political fallout as well, because Mr. Netanyahu's cabinet colleagues from the right-wing parties like Itamar Ben-Gvir and Mr. Smotrich, the finance minister there, they have all been opposing this deal just to buy some time and to show that perhaps this ceasefire is not a defeat for Israel and it's not a victory for Hamas. Israel will continue to strike, is what we are being told from reliable sources.
Right, Ghazali, you're saying that Israel might try to buy time. Of course, many call it a fragile reprieve. What potential obstacles do you think could jeopardize the durability of the ceasefire, considering the history of previous deals and agreements?
See, when the last time in the last 15 months, there has only been once when these hostages were released by Hamas due to negotiations or with the help of negotiations. And since then, negotiations have been stalled, and both Israel and Hamas have been blaming each other for stalling the negotiation process. Now, even in this ceasefire proposal, there are certain complexities. There are certain clauses which are not yet clear. The first one being that once Hamas releases 33 hostages, then Israel will also release some of the detainees, some of Palestinian prisoners who have been languishing in Israel's jail for very long time. Now, when it comes to withdraw its forces from Gaza Strip is something which may be another obstacle in this ceasefire proposal, because it's a staged, it's a phase-wise ceasefire agreement. In the first phase, Hamas will be releasing hostages and Israel will reciprocate by releasing some detainees there. But what happens, whether Israel will strike again after recovering all the hostages? That's one of the major questions there, because Israel can strike any time. The second one is that will Israel withdraw entirely from the Gaza Strip as it did back in 2005, which doesn't look so, because Israel has been saying, many of its ministers, cabinet ministers and leaders have said that they favor Israeli presence in the Gaza Strip in some form or the other, maybe in a buffer zone, maybe near the border, or at least controlling all sides of the border as it was doing earlier. So these are certain issues which may reignite this entire conflict, and which looks very likely that perhaps even after the release of hostages, the war will not or may not stop. But everybody's praying, the hostages' families, those staying in Gaza, the residents of Gaza, they're all praying that perhaps once Mr. Trump gets into the office, this ceasefire proposal or this ceasefire is implemented in toto.
Right. Thank you, Ghazali, for bringing us up to speed with all the important details regarding this deal. We'll keep coming back to you. Let's move on now. President Joe Biden, United States President Joe Biden, warned of a developing oligarchy in America as he delivered a farewell address from the Oval Office tonight.
Right, he of course spoke about the accomplishments of his administration, but unlike his previous speeches where he's recited a list of his accomplishments, he instead started to warn against the path that the country is taking. He's speaking about, warning against what could really be eroding the institutions. He's of course emphasized that he's been a president for all Americans, while also highlighting the fact that, it's been a country of immigrants and was rooted in the idea of all people are born equal.
Millions of Americans now have the dignity of work. Millions of entrepreneurs and companies creating new businesses and industries, hiring American workers, using American products. And together, we've launched a new era of American possibilities.
Right.
All right, let's move on now to Delhi polls. Nominations for the upcoming Delhi polls are heating up, Divya, as prominent leaders across parties are gearing up to file their papers. In fact, Aam Aadmi Party senior leader and former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia is set to file his nomination today, despite political storms surrounding liquor case allegations, Divya.
Right, of course, that is, coming up as well. But, what is also, impacting the, speeches of these leaders just in the run-up to the elections is what are they really doing about the problems that plague the people of the national capital, including pollution and its traffic, which is, the major issues that the Delhi voters have been speaking vehemently of. And of course, to get a little reprieve as far as, traffic and the pollution problem is concerned, it has rained and that has brought in some relief in regard to the pollution problem of Delhi, which was in the severe category. So we're talking about the air quality in Delhi that's plummeted to the hazardous levels, and now GRAFO measures have come into place, which basically means that construction activities in the national capital have been stopped. Schools have now gone on to the online mode except for classes 10th and 12th. Those are the board classes. And of course, from what we're hearing is that the air quality had breached the severe plus category driven by rising pollution. And of course, Radhika, what's really happened here is that this is post Lori celebrations which took place on the 13th, and we're seeing a repercussion of all those bonfires that were burnt in the national capital.
That's right. There has been an attack on Bollywood actor Saif Ali Khan. In fact, he was attacked inside his residence. Unknown people entered his house, and we are given to understand that actor Saif Ali Khan was attacked with a sharp weapon after, we believe, robbers barged inside his residence in Bandra. Of course, at this point, the details are sketchy. What we are being given to understand is that incident happened early this morning. At about 3 a.m. is when this incident happened, is what we are given to understand. So yes, Bollywood actor Saif Ali Khan injured after a robber barged inside his residence in Bandra and allegedly stabbed him, Divya.
That's right, Radhika. 2:30 in the morning, is the attack that took place inside Saif Ali Khan's residence in the Bandra West area of Mumbai. From what we're hearing is the actor was sleeping in his house along with his other family members when this, robber who entered. There's no trace of the robber. Apparently, he attacked Saif Ali Khan and has fled from that house of Saif Ali Khan in the Bandra area. From what we're hearing is that Saif Ali Khan has been admitted to the Leelavati hospital where he's undergoing treatment. It's not clear whether he was stabbed or injured in that scuffle with the robber. From what we're really hearing is they're conducting parallel investigation as far as the Mumbai crime branch is concerned. He was brought into Leelavati hospital at about 3:30 in the morning. He has 6 injuries, of which 2 are deep. They're deeper than the other injuries. One of the injuries is close to his spine, and they're operating on him, is what the Lilavati hospital officials have gone on to say. That they're not talking about the extent of damage. They're also talking, perhaps this is, they'll know once the surgery is done, is what they have to say.
Right. In fact, Mumbai police is at the moment investigating the matter. FIR has been registered. Effort on to find who exactly is the perpetrator as far as this incident is concerned. Bollywood actor Saif Ali Khan injured in his own residence. Very, very concerning, Divya, because Bandra is a posh area, a prominent area where a lot of prominent celebrities live, also a very secure area. So an incident of this nature happening is very, very concerning, puts a lot of question mark on the security levels in this particular building particularly. Let's go straight across to Abira. Abira, a very unfortunate incident there. Saif Ali Khan injured after he was allegedly stabbed in his own residence. This looks like a robbery attempt. What more details do we have?
You know, we still don't know he was injured or he was stabbed in the scuffle. So we have to wait for that confirmation. For now, we know that he has been rushed to Lilavati Hospital. Nothing is much clear yet. But, you know, I have been to his residence and it has high security. From the moment you enter the gate, there are cameras everywhere. There is security who will ask you, you know, your name. You have to register there. They will call the residents and then they will make sure that you're allowed inside. So this is really unfortunate and scary that, you know, something like this could happen in a place with so much of security. They stay in a very posh area in Bandra. You know, it is a very unfortunate incident. Apparently, it occurred around 2:30 a.m. on Thursday. And the actor, of course, he was sleeping in the house when this person barged in, a robber barged into his residence. And he got up and I think he tried to face the robber, and that's when this happened. We are, like I said, we are still not clear about he was stabbed or he was wounded. But Bandra police has registered an FIR, and several police teams have already been informed to nab the culprit.
Right, Abira, so of course this incident took place while apparently Saif Ali Khan was sleeping at his residence, and of course Kareena Kapoor and you know, the kids, little kids in the house as well. This is very shocking as to how did they manage to breach the security, given the fact that you know, we do see the outside of their residence, you know, as far as social media sites are concerned. They keep covering the actors leaving the house, coming back to the house. What kind of you know, this scrutiny as far as the media is concerned, covering the houses of the actors, does that also, you know, provide some sort of information to these attackers?
Absolutely. You know, this is a huge concern, even with the actors and, you know, stars who are constantly being trapped outside their house. Sometimes we also see, you know, Ranbir Kapoor's daughter being trapped constantly, where she's going, how they are going. We have seen Taimur's brother Jay constantly being monitored by the traps wherever they are going, even outside their school sometimes, annual day, sports day. So it's a huge concern for the safety of the kids also and the house, because whoever the strangers constantly know, we all know what time they are leaving, when they are coming in, when they are not at home. And also, you know, it gives a lot of access to from where they can enter the house. We constantly, social media is something that constantly tells us, you know, how our house looks, what are the entry gates, and, you know, they're all on social media, just not paparazzi. Even Kareena keeps posting her house pictures, like her doing yoga in her balcony. So, you know, you can see the access while they are on the top floor. Still, this is a huge security breach, and it's a big concern that they are constantly getting photographed and also constantly putting pictures. I still remember Kim Kardashian, who has such high security, got robbed. how did that happen? And that was because of social media, her constantly posting pictures where she's staying and also the jewelry she's wearing. This has been a concern, and I think we should, as media people also, we should, think about what we are putting out and how we are treating this whole social media frenzy about stars.
Right, certainly, Abira, we're speaking about overexposure of whereabouts of stars. They are all over social media, as you were pointing out. This incident happening at about 2:30 a.m. in a posh, secured residence of Saif Ali Khan. In fact, the Mumbai police is yet to give out an official statement. I'm closely tracking that as well. No word from Mumbai police yet officially on what exactly transpired, but there is a statement from Leelavati Hospital, Abira, as we speak, where they are speaking about how he was admitted at about 3 a.m. and there was injuries close to his spine and he was being treated on that. So take us through what of course the details are sketchy at this point, but any word on his current condition?
Yeah, so Dr. Neeraj Uttamani, the CEO of Leelavati Hospital, has said that, Saif was attacked by an unidentified person in his house. He was brought in at 3:30 a.m. at Leelavati. He has 6 injuries and 2 of which are deeper, and one of the injuries close to his spine. We are operating on him. That's what they said. He is being operated upon by neurosurgeon Nitin Dange and cosmetic surgeon Veena Jain and anesthetic Nisha Gandhi. We will they will keep updating us. So I will keep you guys updated.
Right, Abira, when we talk about all these stars that are being targeted, whether, this attack on Salman Khan's residence, now Saif Ali Khan had someone literally barge right inside his house and managed to, injure the actor. The actor has been injured in 6 places. And like you mentioned, 2 of those wounds are deeper than the others. Like we're talking about the cosmetic surgeon as well as neurosurgeon, there's a surgery that's been performed on the actor. He's inside Leelavati Hospital since 3:30 in the morning after that attack that took place between 2:30. Why are these actors being targeted? And, as far as the security, whether it's outside their residence, and now this is, even more concerning because the attackers managed to, get right inside the house.
Absolutely. What is happening is, I would say we should not get into a conclusion about how Saif Ali Khan was attacked. It's not the same thing as how Salman Khan has been facing security issues. It's a completely different issue here. With Salman Khan, there are people who are saying that, they are threatening him. But here, till now, what we know is it is a robbery. So a person has barged into his house just to rob something, but maybe, unfortunately, Saif was confronted the robber, and that's when, because self-defense, he tried to attack Saif. We are assuming this. We still don't know. The police has not said anything.
Mumbai police is going to look at all angles, right?
Yes.
Because, this has been happening frequently. Of course, Salman Khan incident could be different from what Saif Ali Khan faced. But, a lot of people are also comparing the entire Black Buck episode as well, in which Saif Ali Khan was also a part of that. However, of course, as you said, it's too early to come to conclusions. This looks like a robbery bid as well. But at this point, what are the angles that the Mumbai police is looking at?
The senior IPS officer has confirmed that the incident has happened and he has been admitted. But he is also saying that it is not clear yet that it was a robbery or what happened inside. They are still investigating. The Mumbai crime branch is conducting a parallel investigation into the incident. That's what he said. So we will wait for the police to get back to us and tell us what exactly happened.
Of course, for viewers just tuning in, Saif Ali Khan has been injured in an attack that took place inside his residence at about 2:30 in the morning. He was rushed to Leelavati Hospital. Those are fresh visuals from right outside the hospital, the Leelavati Hospital in Mumbai. That's where the actor was rushed. He has had a surgery that's been performed on him. He's been wounded in 6 different places. 2 of those wounds are deeper than the others. And of course, many questioning that how could the attacker manage to breach the security right outside, considering that he lives on the top floor of that building in Mumbai. He has little kids also who were in the house at the time, and of course Kareena Kapoor as well. So a very shocking incident that's left the film industry, and also a lot of his fans are very concerned about his well-being, and this incident that has taken place right inside the residence of the actor. Abira, what details do you have for us? Because, you know, we really don't know the motive behind this attack so far. Of course, the police there also investigating, you know, perhaps a robbery angle that could be the case, but we really don't know what really led to this.
Absolutely. We still don't know what led to this. The police have said they are investigating. It might be a robbery, most probably, but there's an investigation going on about it. For now, the concern is how is Saif Ali Khan right now? He has been admitted in Lilavati, and you know the Lilavati has already given a statement. They are,
as far as investigations are concerned. Paris, what more can you tell us? What is the Mumbai police saying? Is it really a robbery bid, or are other angles also being investigated?
So this is a matter of investigation right now, because the entire incident happened last night at 2. And in this entire matter, a FIR has been registered against an unknown person. Police is investigating into this matter and exploring all the angles what could have happened in this entire matter. Because as per the police, at 2 o'clock, an identified person entered Saif Ali Khan residence, and over there something happened between the unidentified person and Saif Ali Khan, and over there an unidentified person attacked Saif Ali Khan with a very sharp weapon, and in this entire incident Saif Ali Khan got injured, and he is in Lilavati hospital, and he has been under treatment of a doctor. So very important thing which is still that is unidentified.
In terms of a statement being given by Mumbai Police has given a latest statement saying unidentified person intruded the residence of actor Saif Ali Khan. Actor and the intruder had a scuffle. Actor is injured and is being treated. Investigation going on. This is the latest from the Mumbai Police that we are picking up. A statement that has been given by the DCP of that area, Paris.
Rightly said. So this is what we are reporting since morning, that an unidentified person went inside the residence of Saif Ali Khan, and over there something happened between Saif Ali Khan and this unidentified person, where unidentified person attacked Saif Ali Khan with a sharp weapon, and he got injured in this entire incident. Yes. To Lilavati hospital, and the entire thing is under control right now. Mumbai police is investigating in this entire matter. They are exploring many things. They will also explore the robbery angle which is coming in this entire matter. But still, this is a part of investigation. Mumbai police is trying to get the CCTV of that area. They are trying what has happened. They are trying to find the timeline of this entire incident. But the major thing is in this entire incident is that Saif Ali Khan has been injured. One unidentified person entered his residence at 2 o'clock, and now Saif Ali Khan is injured, has been hospitalized in Lilavati. Over there, his treatment is on. Police has registered the FIR, and whole investigation is on. Police is finding this very seriously, and they are going to investigate this case in all angles what could have happened.
Right, Paris, of course, visuals, you know, from right outside the Lilavati hospital there, that is the hospital where the actor was rushed to. But really, what's really concerning, Paris, is the fact that one of those injuries was very close to his spine, and a neurosurgeon has, you know, performed that surgery on him.
Rightly said, what has happened is very unfortunate. So in this entire matter, investigation will be very important, because why this unidentified person entered Saif Ali Khan residence, and whatever has happened inside the house is very important to know. And the injury which has been happened to Saif Ali Khan is very critical. As per the sources, he has been treated. A surgery also has been performed on him. So this will be very important how investigation will go on in this entire matter. So Mumbai police has registered FIR, and they are investigating thoroughly in this entire matter.
So all angles being looked into, Paris. Before we let you go, Paris, what is the next step? Of course, Saif Ali Khan is at the moment in the hospital. He's hospitalized. He's undergoing surgery. His statement is going to be very crucial. But we believe his family member's statement could also be taken. So take us through what some of the next steps will be for Mumbai police.
Radhika, so in this entire matter, there will be major steps which has to be taken by Mumbai police. First of all, they will find the CCTV in this entire area. So they have to check all the CCTVs at what time exactly thing happened, what has happened inside the house. They are trying to find out this unidentified person and try to arrest him. Operation has already been launched in this entire matter. There are several teams who are searching for this unidentified person. There will be many statements which should be recorded. The house security statement should be also recorded in this entire matter. Saif Ali Khan statement will be recorded, but as we see the condition of Saif Ali Khan, he is stable, but he has been attacked, and we can say that in some days his statement should be recorded. But right now, the major thing which Mumbai police is doing is trying to arrest that unidentified person who just flew away after the attack on Saif Ali Khan. So this is the major step which is Mumbai police is taking right now.
Right. From what we are hearing is that there was a scuffle that took place between Saif Ali Khan and the intruder, which led to multiple injuries as far as Saif Ali Khan is concerned. He has been rushed to the Leelavati hospital, where we don't know if the surgery has been performed yet or it's still underway. Paras, get us an update on what's really going on.
All right, we don't have Paris at the moment, but very unfortunate incident coming in from Mumbai. Saif Ali Khan injured after allegedly after a robber barge inside his residence in Bandra. He was stabbed is the initial information we are getting, but the Mumbai police statement there stating that the actor and intruder had a scuffle, actor is injured, being treated. An unidentified person intruded in the residence of actor Saif Ali Khan is what the police has said. The police have not said persons, they have said an unidentified person, so believe it could be just one person who intruded his residence. Details sketchy at the moment, but the incident happening at about 2 a.m. The actor was injured, after which he was taken to Leelavati hospital. Now, of course, surgery going on. Statements will be recorded. FIR is being registered at this point. Let's go to Abira. Abira, what is the latest? Actor, of course, undergoing treatment, FIR getting registered, and Mumbai police has issued a statement in which they very categorically stated unidentified person intruded residence. A scuffle happened and actor injured.
Yes, a scuffle happened and the actor was injured, but he was taken immediately to Leelavati hospital, which is very close to his residence, around 3:30, and he's being operated on by neurosurgeons, and he has 6 injuries. One of the injuries very close to his spine. So it's a very unfortunate incident that an unidentified person could breach the security and enter their house. They live on the top floor of the building in Bandra West, and it is a very secured building. And I'm saying this because I have been inside their house to meet Karina, and you have to go through different security levels to enter their building. So something like this is extremely scary, and also this is a huge security concern for actors and who put their life out on social media, and just not them, even the paparazzi who are constantly putting out their whereabouts. This is questioning that for sure.
Right, Abira, from what we are really hearing, from what the Mumbai police has gone on to say, is that this intruder entered the residence, was arguing with the maid, and that is when Saif Ali Khan tried to pacify the man, but in the process he got injured. That is what we're hearing is, the police are investigating the matter, of course, but he got attacked and injured in that scuffle while he was trying to pacify this intruder who entered his residence and started to argue with the maid.
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Abira.
Yeah, so yes, that's what the police is saying, but we have to wait and watch what was his relationship with the maid. How did he make it on top of the building? If he did make it to the top of the building, I'm sure that he was allowed inside. So there are a lot of questions that will arise after this. These are all right now just half information that we are getting till we don't get the full information from the police, as in what was the relationship with the maid that this person, unidentified person, had, that he could make his way up on top of the building to his residence and have an argument with him. Was what kind of relationship he did share with the family. So all those questioning is happening, and they're still trying to find the person in question. So we have to wait and watch for the police to update us on that.
Right, Abira, of course, it does seem like an inside job for the person to have, managed to get access. How did he really enter the residence, given the fact that it's quite fortified from the pictures we see on social media?
Absolutely. It is not possible for a person, like I said before also, that there's a high security. You need to take permission from the family before they allow anybody to come even upstairs. So, of course, there has to be some kind of relationship there, that this person was allowed access to go upstairs and meet the maid, or have a conversation with the maid or Saif Ali Khan. So there has to be some deeper motive or story behind this, and we still don't know about that, so we have to wait for that.
Behind this, but we're also being given to understand by way of Mumbai police sources, they will obviously be gathering all the evidence, but CCTV is going to be very crucial here, won't it? Because this is a high secure building. As you said, you can't just enter his residence, so CCTVs are all over, installed all over this building. So that is going to be very crucial for Mumbai police to figure who the perpetrator could be. So give us a sense of some of the angles that will be looked into by the Bandra police.
Yes, like I said, there is from the moment you approach the gate, there is security cameras. So there will be security cameras everywhere, which will help the police to, find out who this person was. And if the person has entered from the gate and gone up and having a conversation with the maid, then he must have registered his name, his access card, who is he, everything details would have been taken. So I'm sure the police have been already trying to look for this person, and I don't think it will take much time for them to figure out who this person was and get him arrested. So we have to wait and watch what happens.
Right, of course, footage of the man will be recovered from the CCTV cameras. Of course, there must be a lot of CCTV cameras around that building and even inside. So we will keep tracking the story. Abira, thank you so much for joining us with all those details. And for the benefit of our viewers, Saif Ali Khan has been injured in an incident that took place within the confines of his own home in Bandra. An intruder has injured the actor. He's been rushed to the Leelavati hospital late last night. Early this morning at about 3:30 is when the surgery began at the Leelavati hospital. We don't know if the surgery has been completed. We will keep getting you details of what really happened at the residence of the actor.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Mahakumbh, festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest as far as BRS Working President KTR is concerned, who will now again be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate for questioning in the Formula E race case. That is coming up today. This is the second time that he's being questioned and grilled in the case. Do remember that he was grilled for over 7 hours by the ACB, the Anti-Corruption Bureau, in the same case based on an FIR. This is an FIR that was filed for the transfer about 55 crore rupees in violation of the norms. My colleague Umar joining us on the phone line to get us more on this. Umar, get us details of, the last time he was questioned for over 7 hours and of course, then let off. But today is going to be the second round of questioning. What can we expect today?
The first round of questioning was by the Anti-Corruption Bureau, which had in fact filed the FIR in this case first on the December 19, and they had charged him with misappropriation, criminal breach of trust, and unauthorized transfer of funds. And A2, of course, in this case was a Special Chief Secretary, Mr. Arvind Kumar, and also a retired official, BLN Reddy, who belonged to the HMDA. Now, today the questioning is going to be done by the Enforcement Directorate, which had filed a case soon after the ACB case, and it was based on the ACB case. And the Enforcement Directorate had in fact said that they are looking into allegations of huge amounts of money being transferred unauthorizedly without the RBI permissions, and the 55 crore rupees that we are talking about, a huge chunk of it was in fact to the Formula E organizers from the HMDA, and they said that the FEMA regulations may also not have been followed, and more importantly, they were also looking into provisions of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Already, A2 in this case, Arvind Kumar and BLN Reddy have already appeared before the Enforcement Directorate, and therefore it is likely that other than the allegations that are put up in the FIR, they are going to be also talking about, in this case, the statements that were given by both Arvind Kumar as well as BLN Reddy. The ECIR, the Enforcement Directorate's own information report that it had, of course, had mentioned these allegations of transfer, and that they could invite provisions or rather attract provisions of the PMLA or FEMA.
Right, 10:30 is when he's been asked to appear before the officials of the ED. Who else is going to be questioned in regard to the Formula E case?
So in the Formula E case, these are the three people who have been mentioned as accused, and therefore it is these three people who are right now being summoned and questioned. Earlier we saw the Principal Secretary of the MAUD now, who is in fact the complainant in the case, Mr. Danakishore. His statements were recorded by the ACB as well as the Enforcement Directorate. So in this particular case, what would be interesting to watch is, after he had appeared before the ACB and faced about 7 hours of questioning, Mr. K.T. Ramarao had come out and claimed that, of course, there's no basis to what the questions were being asked, and that he had been asked about 80 to 84 questions, and he had repeated what he had been saying in the public domain as well, and that the investigators had nothing to go by. But subsequently, when he came out and his supporters were raising slogans, and it was almost like a motorcade, a rally that was taken out, almost looked like a victory celebration. And at that time, the police subsequently have booked cases against him, also his party leaders, under provisions of 1, disrupting the traffic, 2, causing a public nuisance, and 3, not allowing police officials to fulfill their own duties on the ground. So whether he chooses to take that kind of a stance now, or whether he will go quietly and not allow any kind of this kind of a commotion that will attract more FIRs against him, that is something that you would need to watch today.
Right, Uma, of course, the first time around when he did reach the ACB office, he, left because his legal team wasn't allowed. The second time that he went in for questioning, his, lawyer was allowed, but not inside the room where he was being questioned. He could watch him from the outside, from the library room. What about this time around? Is he also going to be taking his legal representative with him?
The Enforcement Directorate is going to be questioning him alone. That means he will be alone with the investigators when the questions are posed to him. The last time round, he had gone to the Anti-Corruption Bureau office outside, and like you mentioned, he returned from there because his legal team was not allowed inside. At that time, his argument was that he does not trust the state government, and that they had fabricated statements against his own party colleagues who had faced similar police questioning. And therefore, he said, since I do not trust the state government machinery, I need a legal team to protect my own constitutional rights. In this case, you would recall that it is the Enforcement Directorate we are talking about, a central agency, and Mr. KTR has not raised any such fears. He was allowed the legal team after he went to court and sought that kind of a protection from the court, and the court had granted him. But in this case, it is now not the state government, but the central government agency which is going to be questioning him today.
Right. Thank you so much, Uma. All eyes on KTR there, making an appearance with the officials of the ED in regard to the Formula E case. Do remember the Supreme Court yesterday had rejected his plea in regard to the case, accusing him of corruption, criminal breach of trust, and the conspiracy causing loss to public exchequer to conduct that race. Even at Hyderabad, he has gone on to claim that this was a ploy to wreak vengeance against his voice of dissent. And let's just get you the very latest from the Mahakumbh, and this is in line with the government's vision to transform this year's Mahakumbh into a digital Kumbh. A virtual reality VR zone has been set up at the camp since yesterday on Wednesday, which basically means visitors can virtually explore ancient rituals or significant events, offering an engaging and educational experience using 3D and VFX technology. Also, electric poles have become an essential tool in reuniting lost individuals with their families and guiding pilgrims at the Mahakumbh Mela. Here, due to that innovative use of QR codes, this is a very unique initiative. Now, due to those QR codes that have been displayed on 50,000 electric poles throughout the Mela area, these codes can be scanned using mobile phones to pinpoint one's geographical location in the area. So, of course, one does know that one can tend to get lost, and this is something in order to, provide that provision as far as the pilgrims are concerned. So, a lot of technology that's being used at the Mahakumbh. And let's just also get you the very latest. It's ESCON, which has been providing 10,000 meals every day for the Mahakumbh in Prayagraj. Now, they have partnered with the Adani Group that is allowing them not just to serve those 10,000 meals that they were providing every day, but now they're getting to provide unlimited meals thanks to their partnership. So the Mahaprasad Seva, which will be offered for the entire duration that started basically the Mahakumbh on the 13th, just 3 days ago, will continue till the 26th of February. This Mahaprasad Seva will be offered to 50 lakh devotees. The meals will be prepared in 2 kitchens in and outside the Mela area, and they will be distributed at 40 places, and 2,500 volunteers who will are involved in this initiative. My colleague Saurabh has the details.
When you have a Mela, a congregation on the scale of the Kumbh Mela, there are thousands of devotees who gather here for the Amrit Snan and on other days as well to take a dip. Now, how are you going to feed all of them? How are you going to keep all of them well fed? throughout their journey at the Kumbh, throughout their pilgrimage. That is where ISKCON is stepping in. And this time, they have a special partner too. Sir, if I'd like to ask you firstly, how do you manage this operation of feeding so many people?
Hare Krishna. Yeah, first of all, we have a lot of experience in that. There are two teams here. We have a team from Chowpatty who have a Yatra kitchen, and we have another team from ISKCON Dwarka who in COVID time distributed to millions of people. So this is one thing, and so also the distribution party, this is actually the main management. So we have a huge amount of chulas, we have big chapati machines, we have all equipment, subject cutting. One chapati machine can produce 10,000 chapatis in 1 hour. So just to you get an idea how you're doing it, we're very modernized and we're very organized.
And that's true to ISKCON, because we've seen it in so many places wherever you've gone. Whenever there's been a need for people to be provided with meals, ISKCON has always stepped in, and this time there has been a partnership as well. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, actually originally when we came here we were thinking we were doing 10,000 meals every day, because in Ayodhya opening we had 10,000, but then Mr. Adani moved in, the whole Adani group moved in, and he partnered with us, and so he's financing us. So this gives us the ability to do basically unlimited meals. As much as we have capacity, we are running. As you know, we are having also deities here, so whatever we're cooking, first we offer that we do Naivedya, and so it is prasadam, so it is karma-free diet, and it will give pleasure from inside.
Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, and we'll see how all of this functions. Thanks so much.
Welcome back. Let's just switch tracks to the Supreme Court on Wednesday that has gone ahead and ordered the construction and availability of separate toilet facilities. These are for males, females, people with disabilities and transgender people in all court premises and tribunals across the country. So this is a move that's been taken by the Supreme Court. They are saying that the availability of public toilets is an important duty of the state governments and the union territories, and this step needs to be taken to ensure that these facilities are accessible to all, including people with disabilities and transgender people in all court premises and tribunals across the country. Now in the battle for Delhi, it's a three-cornered contest between the Aam Aadmi Party, the BJP and the Congress. So when it comes to the seat of Rajendra Nagar here in Delhi, is Durgesh Pathak of the Aam Aadmi Party, who won the seat last time around in 2020. Will he be able to reclaim the seat of Rajendra Nagar? Well, let's find out from the man himself what it really takes to woo the voters in the national capital. Thank you so much, Durgesh Pathak, for speaking with us here on NDTV. Take us through, you're really up against BJP's Umang Bajaj and Vineet Yadav of the Congress party. What do you feel that the Aam Aadmi Party has an edge over, say, the other parties that are in the fray?
I think आम आदमी पार्टी इज द ओनली पार्टी जिसके पास नरेटिव है, लीडर है और विजन है दिल्ली को लेकर। बाकी पार्टियों के पास कुछ भी नहीं है। बीजेपी सुबह से लेकर शाम तक सिर्फ केजरीवाल जी को गाली देती है। उन्होंने आज तक कभी ये नहीं बताया कि उनका एजेंडा क्या है, वो क्या करना चाहते हैं, उनका प्लान क्या है दिल्ली को लेकर। जबकि आप हमारे पूरे किसी भी स्पीच को सुनिए, किसी भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस को सुनिए, तो हमारे हर एक चीज़ में आपको एक एजेंडा नज़र आता है कि हाँ, हम दिल्ली को 1 साल बाद हम यहाँ लेके जाना चाहते हैं, 2 साल बाद यहाँ लेके जाना चाहते हैं। बाकी बीजेपी या किसी भी उनके पार्टी के कैंडिडेट के पास कोई विजन नहीं है, कोई आइडिया नहीं है और ना ही कोई नैरेटिव है। तो लोग जो हैं वो चाहते हैं
बताइए, आप अपना विजन बताइए in regard to the problems that the people in Delhi face. We all live here in the national capital. We face the problem as far as pollution is concerned. Traffic is getting worse by the day. How are you going to be managing to, the BJP is claiming they'll make more roads, they'll make, Delhi traffic free. What are you planning to do on these fronts?
देखिए, पिछले कई सालों से आप यूरोपियन स्टाइल की ब्यूटिफिकेशन जो रोड्स हमने की है, अराउंड 16 जगहों पे हमने पायलट प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट किया है। अब उसको हम पूरी दिल्ली के अंदर कर रहे हैं। आप धौला कुआं आ जाइए, आप शालीमार बाग चले जाइए, आप ऐसे बहुत सारे स्ट्रेच हैं जहाँ पे हमने किया है। रोड्स बहुत अच्छे नज़र आते हैं। हमने 24 इंटू वाटर सप्लाई स्टार्ट किया दिल्ली के अंदर। मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी से स्टार्ट हुआ है, मैं उस पूरे प्रोजेक्ट को बहुत क्लोजली देख रहा हूँ। हम एक ऐसी पार्टी है जिसने 24 घंटे बिजली दी दिल्ली के अंदर। इससे पहले, हमारे आने से पहले दिल्ली के अंदर 10-10, 12-12 घंटे बिजली पावर कट करते थे। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी लगभग 20 से 22 स्टेट में रूल करती है। किसी भी स्टेट में 24 घंटे बिजली नहीं है, किसी भी स्टेट में बिजली सस्ती नहीं है। आज हमने दिल्ली के स्कूल शानदार बना दिए, उनको अब और शानदार बनाने की प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं। हॉस्पिटल सिस्टम हमने बहुत शानदार कर दिया। आप गाजियाबाद चले जाओ, आप गुड़गांव चले जाओ, दोनों जगहों पर बीजेपी रूल स्टेट है। वहां पे आप हेल्थ फैसिलिटीज देख लीजिए, सरकारी स्कूल के हालात देख लीजिए। तो सिर्फ आम आदमी पार्टी एक ऐसी पार्टी है जो एक विजन के साथ काम कर रही है, एक मिशन के साथ काम कर रही है और एक अच्छी गवर्नेंस दिल्ली को दे रही है।
Right, in the fresh trouble that we have just come to know yesterday that Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, the Union Home Ministry there that has now gone ahead and given the go-ahead to the Enforcement Directorate to prosecute the two in the money laundering case. How do you perceive this to play out when it comes to the Delhi elections?
देखिए, ये सब तो चलता रहेगा। इनका एक मिशन है कि जैसे हमारा मिशन है दिल्ली को शानदार करना, एक ऐसी गवर्नेंस मॉडल देना जो पूरे देश के लिए एक एग्जाम्पल बन सके। इनका एक ही पर्पज है, केजरीवाल को रोको। जैसे मैंने कहा ना आपको कि हमारे पास एक विजन है दिल्ली को लेकर, इनके पास एक ही विजन है, दिल्ली में केजरीवाल को रोको, किसी तरह से केजरीवाल को खत्म करो, आम आदमी पार्टी को खत्म करो। इन्होंने सब कुछ करके देख लिया, जेल के अंदर भी डाल दिया, सब कुछ करके देख लिया। 1 रुपए की कहीं पे कोई भी रॉन्ग डूइंग ये प्रूव नहीं कर सके, ना ये कहीं दिखा सके। तो ये पूरी तरह से एक्सपोज हो चुके हैं। आज पब्लिक को पता है कि इनका एक एजेंडा है, केजरीवाल को खत्म करना, जबकि लोग केजरीवाल से प्यार करते हैं।
Right, before I let you go, if you could just tell us that what do you think it takes to woo the voter here in Delhi? What do you think that the people want in regard to a change, say, from what they've seen over the last 10 years?
I think number 1 is honesty. आपको लोगों के साथ ऑनेस्ट रहना पड़ेगा। आप उनको बहुत ज़्यादा बेवकूफ़, अगर आप सोचते हो कि उनको आप बेवकूफ़ बना लोगे, झूठ बोलोगे, फ्रॉडगिरी करोगे, ये नहीं हो सकता। आपको लोगों के साथ रहना पड़ेगा, ऑनेस्ट रहना पड़ेगा। जो भी उनके प्रॉब्लम्स है उनको साथ में लेकर उसको रिजॉल्व करना पड़ेगा। लोग बहुत समझदार हैं, लोग बहुत स्मार्ट हैं, लोग जानते हैं कि कौन बेवकूफ़ बना रहा है, कौन क्या कर रहा है। आप काम करोगे, काम दिखता है। आपको बहुत ज़्यादा झूठ बोलने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, बहुत ज़्यादा बड़े बड़े वादे करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। आप काम करिए, काम ग्राउंड पे दिखता है। आज दिल्ली के लोग कहते हैं कि हाँ भाई 24 घंटे बिजली आती है, बिजली सस्ती आती है। आज रोड्स बने हैं, आज हाईवेज दिल्ली के अंदर बने हैं। आज सारी सुविधाएं दिल्ली के अंदर दिख रही हैं। मोहल्ला क्लिनिक लोगों को दिख रहा है, हॉस्पिटल्स दिख रहे हैं। हमें कुछ कहने की जरूरत नहीं है, हमें कुछ बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है, लोग देख रहे हैं। अगर आप ऑनेस्ट गवर्नेंस दोगे, लोगों को लोग देखेंगे तो अपने आप लोग आपके ऊपर भरोसा करेंगे और लोग आपको सपोर्ट करेंगे।
Right, how are you going to handle the situation that we did see of that basement that was flooded that resulted in the death of 3 aspirants? These are the situations, especially in your particular area of Rajendra Nagar. How are you going to, going forward, prevent such incidents from taking place?
देखिए, एक बड़ी अनफॉर्चुनेट सिचुएशन रही दिल्ली के अंदर, स्पेशली इन माय कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी, जहाँ पे ड्रेनेज ना होने के कारण 3 बच्चों की डेथ हुई। दिल्ली के अंदर ड्रेनेज सिस्टम पूरी तरह से खराब है। ड्रेनेज एमसीडी के अंदर आता है। 15 साल तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी एमसीडी रही। मैं किसी ब्लेम गेम में नहीं जाना चाहता। नाउ पिछले 1-1.5 साल से एमसीडी हमारे पास आई है। आप राजेंद्र नगर अपने कभी भी क्रू को भेज दीजिए, हम कंप्लीट ड्रेनेज सिस्टम यहाँ का चेंज करा रहे हैं। बट ये थोड़ा टाइम लगता है, 2-3 साल लगता है। नेक्स्ट जो भी 2-3 सालों के अंदर हम पूरा ड्रेनेज सिस्टम, मैं अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी का तो प्रॉमिस कर सकता हूँ कि कंप्लीटली ठीक कर देंगे और इस तरह की कोई भी घटना आगे ना घटे, इंश्योर करेंगे।
Right, thank you so much, Durgesh Pathak of the Aam Aadmi Party, for talking to us this morning. And with that, we're slipping to a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Well, I'm in Altadena. This is one of the worst hit areas.
When disaster strikes, NDTV World brings you exclusive on-the-ground reports straight from the heart of the action.
A neighborhood in Los Angeles that has been devastated by fire.
I just received an emergency alert extreme, which has come on my phone. Stay tuned for NDTV World's in-depth coverage as we bring you the real stories from Los Angeles. This is the Altadena area, and there are still fires, and there's a lot of smoke in the area. These houses completely gutted. This is reporting that matters only on NDTV World.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Saif Ali Khan has been injured due to an intruder who attacked the actor inside the confines of his residence in Bandra. The actor was rushed to the Leelavati hospital and is undergoing treatment. In the run-up to Delhi elections, big guns to file their nominations, including Saurabh Bhardwaj, Manish Sisodia, as well as BJP's Manjinder Sirsa, who will be filing his nomination today. After being questioned by the ACB, BRS leader KTR will now be questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. He's expected to reach the office of the ED by 10:30 this morning. In Mahakumbh, technology is being used to find, lost people, as well as QR codes are being displayed on 50,000 poles, as well as technology being used in order to access a lot of technology, while 4 crore devotees will be taking that holy dip. And of course, it's the ISKCON temple that's tied up with the Adani Group to serve at the Mahakumbh. That's going to continue till the 26th of February. Free meals, unlimited free meals are being provided. Hindenburg Research, the US-based short seller that had targeted several business entities, is going to be disbanded, is what the firm has said, that they finished the pipeline on ideas they were working on. And Israel and Hamas has reached a ceasefire deal that's going to come into effect from Sunday, the 17th of January, but fresh attacks are being reported in the meantime. And it is Joe Biden who's delivered his farewell address just before Donald Trump, who will be inaugurated as the president on the 20th of this month. Biden hails the Israel-Hamas truce deal, as well as warns of the problems that the nation could be facing. Breaking news coming in of actor Saif Ali Khan, who has been rushed to the Leelavati hospital. He was attacked by an intruder within the confines of his residence in Bandra. The actor was sleeping at the time. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning when this intruder reached their residence. He did get into a scuffle with the actor. The actor has apparently been injured in 6 different places. He was rushed to the Leelavati hospital at about 3:30 in the morning, is when the doctors at the Leelavati hospital say that they have been performing a surgery on the actor. Well, what really led to that scuffle is something that is unknown. The police is, covering all sort of angles. CCTV footage has, they're going to be accessing CCTV footage in order to know what really happened at the time when the actor was attacked at his residence in Bandra. So the police have started the investigation. An FR against the intruder has been lodged at the Bandra police station. The intruder, who snuck into Saif Ali Khan's residence while he was sleeping with his wife, wife and his 2 sons. The scuffle broke out between the actor and the intruder who attempted to barge in. To know more details, we have my colleague Abira joining us. Abira, what do you really know of what really happened? Because there are many angles that are being investigated by the police. What is the police saying?
Right now, the police has confirmed that there was only one intruder. So that is what we know. Second thing is, what I have been telling you guys is that I have been to their house. So I know they stay in the 11th floor. And it is impossible for a person to actually enter their house without going through the security. If the person reaches the gate, from the moment you reach the gate, there is innumerable number of cameras from every angle. That's one. Second thing is they have to go through a security check. They can't even step inside the building without, being called, without calling the apartment and taking access and permission from the family, and then, of course, going inside. So it's actually impossible for a person to breach all this. But also the police is saying that they are trying to find out, was it a robbery? Was it a person who was actually knew the family who entered? Because there are also reports that what happened was, according to reports, that this intruder, whoever this person was having an argument with a maid. When Saif Ali Khan intervened and, tried to calm him down, and that's when he stabbed him with a sharp object. So if that is the case, the police is investigating who this person was, what his relationship with what his relationship was with the maid, how was he connected to the family, how did he come inside. So all those information will be very easily available to the police, because if he entered from the gate, there will be cameras, there will be registration, his name must be registered. So all these things they are looking into, and the investigation is wrong. So we are So we have to wait and watch what the police has to say. But for now, Dr. Uttamani has also said there's another injury in Saif's neck that is also being evaluated. He said that the surgery started at 5:30 a.m. and still being done. So right now his health is a serious matter, and his fans are concerned. Everyone is concerned, because there are few injuries which are one injury which is close to the spine, and neurosurgeons are performing an operation on him, while Karina and the rest of the family is with him at the hospital.
Right, Abira. So from what we are hearing so far is that this intruder was having an argument with the house help, the maid inside Saif Ali Khan's residence, and that is when the actor tried to pacify the man, and that is when the scuffle really broke out. Saif Ali Khan has been injured in multiple places. He was rushed to the Lilavati hospital. Get us a health update in regard to the surgery is still on. Who are the doctors performing on him? You did mention the family is with him at the time at the Lilavati hospital. How long before one can really have a word on when the surgery will be completed as far as the actor is concerned?
The doctors haven't told us when the surgery will be completed, but they have said that the surgery started at 5:30 in the morning and is still on. He has 6 injuries, so he was brought into Lilavati at 3:30 a.m. and he has 6 injuries, 2 of which are deeper. So one of the injury is close to the spine and one is close to the neck. So we don't know how many times he was stabbed and how did this happen? How did this intruder get inside with a sharp object, and how come nobody noticed it? So that's a security breach that we will be talking about, and we will ask the police more about, question the police more about this. So there are, he's being operated, what Nilavati said was, he's being operated upon by neurosurgeon Nitin Dange and cosmetic surgeon Leena Jain and anesthetic Nisha Gandhi. We will tell the extent of the damage only after the surgery is done. So we are waiting for the surgery to get over to get more health updates from the doctors.
Right, Abira, from what we were hearing initially, reports were suggesting that this could be a case of robbery, but from this angle that, one is now seeing is that perhaps he knew the house help, he was there probably having a verbal, confrontation with the woman at the time when Saif Ali Khan was sleeping. He was woken up because of the loud volume perhaps of the conversation that they were having, and which is when the attack took place.
Yes, absolutely. From the very beginning, when we even heard about the robbery, it is literally impossible, for a robbery to happen on the 11th floor of that apartment because it's not accessible at all. The person has to go through the gate to reach upstairs. And if that has happened, what the police need to find out or investigate is what was the relationship with the house help that this person had, and what was this issues that was going on when
Right. We also have Radhika joining us in order to get us more on this. Radhika, what information do you have? What is the police saying at this point in time? What are the doctors saying? What really led to the scuffle in which the actor has been injured?
That's right. Police have been giving out statements at this point. Police said that it is one intruder that barged into Saif Ali Khan's residence at about 2 a.m. A scuffle broke out, and in that scuffle, Saif Ali Khan was injured. Leelavati Hospital officials have also given out a statement saying that Saif Ali Khan was brought to the hospital with injuries at about 3:30 a.m. and he had 6 stabs, of which 2 are deep. One of the stabs is close to spine. He is being operated by a team of doctors. At this point, he is undergoing surgery, is what Leelavati hospital officials have said so far. Investigations are underway, FIR registered. There is a possibility that the accused could be apprehended soon, as police is very closely scanning the CCTV footage of that particular building. And very importantly, Saif Ali Khan's statement will also be recorded along with his family members in order to understand the sequence of events, how the intruder barged inside his residence, who gave him permission, was he somebody known to the family, and what exactly transpired when he entered the residence. Was it indeed a robbery bid? Because Saif Ali Khan's team has given out a statement that it was an attempted burglary/robbery that led to this scuffle, and that at this point Saif Ali Khan is undergoing treatment. So yes, investigations underway. Saif Ali Khan in hospital being treated, and FIR registered, and statement recording of all those parties concerned, including all those people who were there at the time of the incident, will be recorded. And that will be important to understand what exactly transpired, what the sequence of events were.
So from what we're hearing is that he was attacked by a sharp object. It was a knife that, this intruder, or perhaps somebody who, managed to get inside the house. We don't know if he was known to the staff of Saif Ali Khan, and which is why he was there, perhaps having an argument with somebody from his staff, and that really led to the scuffle. Did he try to, did Saif Ali Khan try to pacify the man who had managed to enter the residence? Because it's like Abira was mentioning, Radhika, that it is very difficult for anyone to manage to get inside the residence of Saif Ali Khan. It's the top floor. Abira mentioned that she's even been inside. She knows how difficult it is to get inside. And of course, given the fact that there would be a lot of security, given the fact there are little children in the house.
Absolutely. That is the big question as to how the intruder managed to get inside the residence. It is a highly secured area as well as a residential locality and building. A lot of top stars lived in Bandra area, and it is not easy for anybody to get access, let alone, somebody who's unknown to the family. So is this person known to the family? And how did he manage to really get inside? These are the questions that need answering, and puts a lot of question mark on the security apparatus, and whether there was a watchman guarding the place. Was there people in that particular residential building who were aware and alert? Remember, this at about 2 a.m. 2:30 a.m. is when the incident happened. So how did he manage to get inside? What did that person really tell the watchman or the guard of the building as to what his purpose to get inside was? Did he really barge in through the compound walls? All those are questions that need answers to, and we're closely watching the investigations and also speaking to all the police officials as they unfold all the details.
Right, of course, we do hear that Kareena Kapoor is at the hospital. She, of course, little children and Kareena Kapoor at the house at the time is the question, regarding the safety measures. And, we do see a lot of social media scrutiny when it comes to these actors, particularly when they are coming out of their residence. They're like, camera people always surrounding these actors and quite a security threat because, when these actors are traveling, everybody knows because they have, footage from the airport itself, when the actors have left the city, when they're coming back, it's something, really concerning. Actor Saif Ali Khan has been attacked inside his residence. He's suffered multiple injuries, 6 in all. 2 are said to be deeper than the others. He was rushed to the Leelavati hospital in Mumbai. He was attacked inside his residence. There was a scuffle that broke out with an intruder. This incident, a very tragic incident, very unfortunate incident that took place at about 2 o'clock in the morning at the Bandra residence of actor Saif Ali Khan and Kareena Kapoor. Well, right after that incident that took place in which the actor has in fact been injured in 6 different places. From what we're hearing is one injury close to the spine and another injury close to the neck. And the actor is undergoing treatment. He's undergoing surgery that started at about 5:30 in the morning. He was rushed to the Leelavati hospital at about 3:30 this morning. The surgery has started. The surgery is underway. Kareena Kapoor is at the Leelavati hospital along with other family members. The actor has been injured by an intruder. From what we are hearing is that this could be a robbery attempt by the intruder. He was having an argument with the female house help of Saif Ali Khan. There was an argument between the intruder and the maid. How did he really get access to the residence, which is on the top floor, the 11th floor of this building in the Bandra area of Mumbai? Of course, all these buildings are very secure in Mumbai, and particularly given the fact that these are celebrities with little children in the house, there is a lot of security in place. However, the social media is, the PAPs are always tracking the movements of these actors, and that could really pose to be an issue of concern as far as the safety of these actors. Abira joining us to get us more on this. Abira, the police there making a statement saying that they are investigating the matter, and there was only one person who was, inside the house of the actor, and that incident that took place in the middle of the night.
Absolutely. They said the incident took place around 2:30 in the morning when what we are hearing is that the intruder was not there for robbery, but he was having a argument with the house help. Now, like I said, they stay in the 11th floor. It is almost impossible for an intruder to get inside the house without being noticed by the security. There's security cameras as well as security all around that building. It's a very posh area in Bandra West, and something like this is literally impossible. But the person who entered the building must have gone through the security and gone upstairs to meet the maid. We don't know what is his relationship with the maid. What was the argument that broke out at 2:30 in the morning that that Saif had to intrude, and that's when the attack happened. We are still waiting for the police to get back on this. But yes, like you said, security is a major issue because these actors are constantly, in a radar where they are getting constantly papped, or even they themselves are posting pictures from their house, which...
I thought we have Radhika joining us from right outside the actor's residence where this scuffle broke out. Radhika, get us the latest in regard to the security arrangements that are in place, and of course, very concerning when it comes to the kind of security that these actors really have, because this really is very, very, shocking an incident that's taken place.
Absolutely. This does put a lot of question mark on safety and security of actors in general. I am outside Saif Ali Khan's residence in Bandra West. Remember, this is a highly secure area. This is the residence of Saif Ali Khan. Sadhguru Sharan is where he lives with his family members. In fact, it is on the 12th floor of this particular building that this robbery attempt took place, in which Saif Ali Khan was left injured. What we are being given to understand is that the surgery is still going on. He
He was admitted to Leelavati Hospital at about 3 a.m. with several injuries, at least about 6 injuries, and there was one deep wound as well. And he is being treated by a team of doctors at Leelavati Hospital. But this is the place where this incident happened at about 2 a.m. today. Of course, at this point, we did see a lot of police officials. There is a police van there, a few police officials also here at the spot. We did see them speak to some of the security guards here. When we did attempt to speak to the security guard, here he, in fact, refused to speak to us. There is a police officials right here. One of the senior police officials of this area is at the spot. Of course, what will be important after this will be gathering of evidence. CCTV evidence will be gathered. People in connection to the case, people in connection to the family will be questioned. Saif Ali Khan's statement is very, very important. But remember, he is being hospitalized. He's not in a position to really give a statement. His statement recording will be important. Let's try and get in a word from this police officials. He's not in a position to speak right now, but let's try and speak to him. So he has gotten inside the residence of Saif Ali Khan. In most likelihood, he will be trying to gather evidence. CCTV evidence will be looked into, and people who were present at the house at that time will be questioned, especially staffers of Saif Ali Khan could be questioned. The big question really is, how did he manage to get inside? How did that intruder? Remember, Mumbai police statement said that it was just one intruder who got inside, got into a scuffle with Saif Ali Khan. This was a robbery bid, is what the police officials have confirmed to us. How did he manage to get inside in such a secure building which is manned by multiple security officials and CCTV cameras? So that's a big question. But these are the visuals of the residence, outside his residence, where a team of police officials have gone inside in order to gather evidence. But at this point, nobody has been apprehended, at least officially. There is no statement from Mumbai police on any sort of detentions or arrest. Investigations underway. Saif Ali Khan stabbed by an unidentified person at his Bandra residence at about 2 a.m. He was brought to the hospital post 3 a.m. and Saif has 6 stabs and 2 of them are deep. One is close to the spine, is what the hospital authorities have told us, and he's being operated upon by a team of doctors. On the screen, those visuals, we have Mumbai police, Mumbai crime branch officials also questioning the staff members as well as the security guards of this particular building. What exactly went wrong? What exactly transpired? How did that intruder barge into this secure building at about 2:30 a.m. Was he somebody known to the family, or did he really climb through any of the compound walls to get into that 11th floor house? These are, of course, matter of investigation. And in your screens on those visuals, our team of police officials conducting investigations as we speak. Saif Ali Khan's health condition is also being very, very closely watched. At this point, of course, his statements cannot be recorded. His family member's statement will be recorded. Who was present at the time of the house is something that the police officials are yet to reveal. But these are the visuals from his residence in Bandra West. Saif Ali Khan was injured here at his residence, and this incident happening at about 2 a.m. Police conducting investigations as we speak.
Right, Radhika, of course, the film fraternity also reacting to that attack on Saif Ali Khan. Pooja Bhatt has spoken about the lawlessness, saying that the queen of the suburbs have never felt this unsafe.
Absolutely. This is not the first time an incident of this nature has happened. Just a few meters away, Salman Khan's residence. All this falls under Bandra West. This is near Pali Naka, this is St. Teresa's Road. And then you have Salman Khan's residence on Bandstand. All of these, areas are close to each other in Bandra, a very posh, prominent locality in Mumbai where multiple incidents of lawlessness taking place. Now, this is robbery bid. Just a few months ago, there was a firing incident outside Salman Khan's residence and multiple threats he faced as well. So therefore, a lot of questions being raised about the lawlessness, about the lack of safety and security for people of Mumbai, particularly for people of Bandra. And we also, see politics playing out over this incident as well. Varsha Gaikwad of the Congress, they're tweeting, seeking answers from the authorities, seeking answers from the state government as to how, the law and order situation has been impacted over the last several months. So yes, politics playing out, many people coming out, including celebrities, to speak about how they don't feel safe in a neighborhood like Bandra, which traditionally has been a very, very safe neighborhood where a lot of important VIPs, important people have been living for years. And these are the visuals that we are giving you from outside Saif Ali Khan's residence. Mumbai police, team of Mumbai police have arrived here to question people, the staffers in this particular place. Of course, thorough investigations will happen. All angles will be looked into, not just the robbery angle, but is there a larger motive behind this is something that the Mumbai police will be looking at.
Right, Radhika, of course, getting us all the very latest from right outside Saif Ali Khan's residence. We also have Abira there. Abira, get us an update as far as the health of the actor is concerned. We do know that he's at the Lilavati hospital. He's been injured in 6 places. 2 of those injuries are deeper, said to be very close to the spine and the neck. What is it that the officials at the Lilavati hospital are saying? The surgery that started at 5:30 is underway. The treatment is going on as far as the actor is concerned. But, this is definitely raising a lot of questions when it comes to the film fraternity. And also, one can question the film fraternity as well in regard to how much of their personal life, do they display on social media.
Absolutely. This is a huge concern. Nobody has been taking it seriously. People constantly post their pictures, their children's pictures. They're constantly packed. There are few people stationed outside Saif Ali Khan and Kareena Kapoor's house every day to take pictures. So they are always exposed, overexposed on social media. When are they coming in? When are they going out? What is the entrance of the building? What does the gate look like? Which building is it? Everything, all the detail. And just not the paparazzi, even the actors themselves post pictures of their houses. Kareena constantly posts pictures of doing yoga in her balcony. So, from these pictures, you can see what access one can have inside the house. So we all have seen pictures of Saif Ali Khan's library. These are the things that are constantly being put out on social media, which is a huge security concern. This has happened to international stars before as well, where a celebrity like a Kim Kardashian who walks around with 10 bodyguards have been robbed inside her residence in Paris. So, because of social media, where the police investigated and said it because of her posting constantly on social media what she's wearing and where she's going and what does her house look like. That's the result, and that's why the security breach happens. But here, again, like my colleague Radhika said, that, the building has high security. It is a very secure neighborhood, Bandra, but past few months, whatever has been happening in Bandra has been a concern with the residents there. Saif Ali Khan's building, he stays on the top floor, and it is literally impossible for an intruder to get in without going through a security check. And that's a good thing in a way, because the police will find all the necessary information through the cameras and security 2:30, that who went up and what was he doing there at 2:30 in the morning?
Right. In fact, Saif Ali Khan's team has come out, made an official statement saying that this took place at about 2:30 in the morning at his residence. He was attacked by a sharp object. A knife is what the intruder used to attack the actor. What really led to that? Of course, we also hear that there was an argument that took place between the intruder and the maid. Did they know each other? How did he get access to the residence? How did he manage to get inside? What really happened? Of course, an official statement is expected from the team. But for now, the actor is undergoing treatment. He's at the Lilavati hospital. A surgery is underway at the moment. He has sustained multiple injuries by that sharp object, that knife that was used to attack Saif Ali Khan. We will keep tracking this story. Thank you so much, Abira and Radhika, for joining us. Radhika from right outside Saif Ali Khan's residence, and Abira from outside the Lilavati hospital will get us all the very latest on the actor. Switching tracks now to more news coming in, and this is in regard to Hindenburg research, the US-based short seller that had targeted several business entities, including the Adani Group, is going to be disbanded. The founder, Nate Anderson, has clarified that there has been no particular threat or personal issue behind this decision to wind up, though the decision comes days after a Republican congressman demanded a probe on the short seller group. Remember, Hindenburg has been in the news for targeting the Adani Group in 2022, with what the group said was nothing but a lie and were calculated attacks on India. The short seller had also targeted Indian marketers. These are Markets Regulators Chief Madhi Puri and her husband in the past, who had called it an attempt at character assassination.
The report that Hindenburg is now going to shut shop and is going to get disbanded clearly suggests that whatever they were doing in order to attempt to create economic upheaval, economic anarchy in India was nothing but a sponsored hit job to destabilize the Indian economy. The question is that it was well established that it was funded by those elements who are anti-India and anti-Indian economy, India's economic growth and prowess. But why was Congress party and its ecosystem lapping up reports of Hindenburg as if it was some kind of a gospel truth, as if it was the last word of God?
Well, with that, we're slipping to a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. To stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest. And as Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge on Wednesday, who disagreed with the L&T Chairman Subramaniam's suggestion of a 19-hour work week and recalled Jawaharlal Nehru and B.R. Ambedkar's stance when it comes to workers not working more than 8 hours a day. Now, the chairman of L&T, who recently suggested that employees should work even on Sundays, they should work 90 hours a week and not be wasting their time staring at their wife. Of course, Adar Poonawalla coming out saying that his wife loves staring at him on Sundays. Of course, these are remarks of how long will you really stare at your wife that has got many people reacting to it. It's not just Mallikarjun Kharge, but even Amul has come out and, reacted to this, talking about how this is absolutely, when we talk about the HR head of L&T, Sonika Muralidharan, she has said that these were remarks that were made casually and that, they have been not taken in the right context. They have been taken out of context. While Amul is mocking those remarks of how long will you stare at your wife, and we have many people reacting to this. So let's just get in our guests. Soumya Mishra, founder of Avatar Skin Care Technology, is joining us. We also have with us Urvashi Verma, the head of Talent Acquisition Xperi, also joining us. Urvashi, over to you first. When we talk about these comments that were made, to which now the HR head is saying that they were just made very casually, how can the Subramaniams and the Murthy's of the world make these casual statements that could majorly impact the chunk of employees who perhaps earn only a fraction of these people? And what about the work-life balance? Isn't that something that these leaders of the world, when it comes to businesses, not be thinking about?
Yeah, definitely. We cannot, expect anything coming casually on the television from the leaders like Mr. Subramaniam and many others like him. Whatever they are saying, it's affecting the larger population of our country. And definitely we all are relating. They are ideals to many of the people who are working and trying to build their business. And these kind of comments is really not considered as casually. When I talk about 90 hours a week, the first thing comes to my mind is like a clutter-free mind only can create innovations or do new things. If somebody is spending long hours or every day in office, then probably they will not be able to give enough rest to their minds, and that will be a death of creativity. If traditionally we say what he commented on the family is not only about staring each other, that we all know as in India. We are a very culturally focused country, and family work as a team as well. Whatever we do during weekends within the family, it's not only about staring, it's about taking care of your children, taking care of your elders, managing your house, passing on right values to your children to grow the next generation. If we spend all time in office, how we will be, making our country grow? We are not only growing our business, we are as an human, we are also growing. So we have to take care of individual as a person and not only working 90 hours or 100 hours in office. And also, I believe that if something is there that which doesn't need creativity, and that's why probably Mr. Subramaniam made a comment that people should spend long hours in the office. So if that role doesn't need creativity, we have a lot of technologies coming in, like in AI, which can do a repetitive task. He should think about implementing those technology to do repetitive tasks and give better work to humans to utilize their mind, utilize their innovation and creativity at a better place. Other than that, if every day we are going office, we will not be having any chance to foster our hobbies, which will again be a death of creativity. So I definitely doesn't agree. And if HR is saying that it is a casual comment, then they should also think about their pitch again. This will again create some more controversy.
Right. We also have Soumya with us. Soumya, at a time while many countries are considering a 4-day work week, here we're talking about 90 hours in a week is what an employee should be working. Isn't the well-being of the employee something that needs to be considered by the organizations?
So, for the last 10 years, I have always worked at places where, 70, 80 hours a week was the norm, is the norm. I was in management consulting firms for 6-7 years, and now I'm building my own startup, and we are in a very early stage startup. Top 3 management consulting firms are very, very aspirational, sought after, despite the kind of hourly commitment that they seek. And people, when they are entering, they know that. Now, the reason why people still want to go for it is there is something in it for the employees in return. Either it is very fast growth, very high compensation, very steep learning curve, which kind of benefits. So if the choice, if things are made upfront clear, I think we should not judge people who by choice are very hardworking. Having said that, I think 90-hour work week is unsustainable. And what is wrong is cutting costs in the name of, saying that everybody should work hard. Like the work, it shouldn't be the case where one person is hired for the work that is supposed to be done by 2 people, or it should not be things like that. We keep hearing of managers who themselves might not have any personal life outside of work, and hence ask the entire team to stay at office and put in those long hours without any reason. You just mentioned Europe. I think Indians have made a mark globally because of the grind that they are able to put in, because right from childhood to corporate, it is so cutthroat, it is so competitive that we have now almost built that strength. Now the world is seeing what is happening to Europe. The countries which were leaders are now lagging behind because of 1 month break in a year, 4 days work week. So to each their own. As far as one is in it by choice, and unethical practices are not being followed. I think there is space for people who want to do the drill. There's space for people who can take it chill. And thankfully, we are in times where the choices could be made, and it should be left to people, versus judging others. The workaholics should not judge people who value their out-of-work commitment, and the other way around too.
Right. Thank you so much, Urvashi and Soumya, for joining us on the broadcast this morning. So work-life balance is something that everyone is arguing about after those statements that have been made. And of course, the HR head of L&T, they're backtracking on the statements made by S.N. Subramaniam in regard to a 90-hour work week. In some international news now, Israel and Hamas has agreed to a temporary ceasefire, opening a path to end the 15 months of intense fighting in Gaza that has killed tens of thousands of Palestinians. The agreement, which the Israeli cabinet is yet to approve, is set to take effect from Sunday, the 17th of January, and see the phased release of 33 Israeli hostages as well as Palestinian prisoners, while Israel will pull its troops from densely populated areas in Gaza. It's the President of the United States who has taken credit for the months-long negotiation. We're talking about Joe Biden, but analysts also pointed to the incoming Trump administration's efforts to put pressure on Israel on the deal. Israeli forces, however, are continuing with their attacks. So let's just listen in to what Qatar's leader had to say and exactly the role that Qatar has played in brokering this ceasefire.
دولة قطر وجمهورية مصر العربية والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية الإعلان عن نجاح جهود الوساطة المشتركة بوصول طرفي النزاع في قطاع غزة إلى اتفاق بشأن تبادل الأسرى والرهائن والعودة إلى الهدوء المستدام وصولا لوقف دائم لإطلاق النار بين الجانبين.
I'd also note this deal was developed and negotiated under my administration, but its terms will be implemented for the most part by the next administration. In these past few days, we've been speaking as one team. This has been time of real turmoil in the Middle East. But as I prepare to leave office, our friends are strong, our enemies are weak, and there's a genuine opportunities for a new future.
And to know more on this, we have with us Middle East expert James Bowden joining us. Thank you for speaking with us this morning. When it comes to Israeli forces, they're continuing with their attacks across the Gaza Strip. And from what we know so far, 30 Palestinians have been killed since the agreement was announced.
Well, you pointed out correctly earlier that the Israeli cabinet has yet to fully vote on the agreement. So there's no 100% deal in place. We just simply have the framework for that deal. And as we saw with what happened in Lebanon, where even once the ceasefire was agreed upon, up until the moment that that took place, Israel was heavily bombing southern Lebanon and continuing with home demolitions and also bombings in Beirut. So I am actually very unsurprised and actually anticipating, like I just said, a further spike in activity. So nobody should really be out there celebrating right now because, A, it's not a done deal and it could still fall through because there's significant opposition in the Israeli cabinet. But also because of the anticipated increase in bombing activity that I look to see happening, I think this deal could fall apart.
So, of course, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that the deal's final details are still being worked on, but it is Joe Biden who's been thanked by Netanyahu for promoting this. Trump there also taking credit. Take us through the role that perhaps Donald Trump has played in brokering this deal.
Well, Donald Trump has played an exceptional role in this deal, and for Biden to take credit for it is absolutely fatuous. Biden has spent the last 15 months trying to broker an agreement, and he has not been able to do so through Antony Blinken. And yet, in the last 2 weeks, we have been watching, and I've been following news on an almost hourly basis, hearing about Trump's envoy doing shuttle diplomacy between Israel, Qatar, and various capitals in the Middle East working for this deal. And it is very clear that it was Trump who has taken the great initiative towards resolving this issue. And of course, he actually issued a pretty heavy threat to say that there would be hell to pay if there was not an agreement made by the time that he came into office. This is definitely not something that Biden has said. Biden has tended to treat this very casually and very kind of, oh, no, we kind of hope that something happens. But Trump has been very forceful, very demanding, and he's definitely put Netanyahu into a very tight position. Netanyahu is between a rock and a hard place with his hard right cabinet, and then he's got Trump pushing for this deal.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Middle East expert James Bowden breaking it down for us as to the role that Donald Trump has played in bringing about this ceasefire deal that will start on Sunday, the 17th of January. Switching tracks now to Saif Ali Khan. He's believed to be out of danger. He was stabbed multiple times. The Mumbai police have now registered an FIR in the case. The crime branch has also formed 7 teams. There's CCTV footage that is being scanned, and the accused that entered the residence of Saif Ali Khan and Kareena Kapoor Khan, in which Saif Ali Khan was injured in multiple places. There are 6 injuries to the actor. 2 of them believed to be deeper than the others. One is believed to be close to the spine. He was hospitalized. He was taken to the Leelavati hospital at 3:30 this morning. He was at his residence sleeping at the time when that scuffle that broke out. There was an argument apparently that took place between him, the intruder that is, and the female house help of Saif Ali Khan. Of course, it was when the actor was woken up due to the commotion that was caused, and that is when the actor tried to pacify the intruder, but the intruder ended up injuring the actor in 6 different places by using a sharp knife. The cops have gone ahead and made that statement that there was a scuffle that took place between Saif Ali Khan and the intruder, and they are also questioning the house help while the FIR has been registered. But the big breaking news is that the actor is said to be out of danger. Radhika joining us from right outside the residence of Saif Ali Khan where this scuffle that took place. Radhika, get us details of what really happened at about 2:30 in the morning when this intruder got inside Saif Ali Khan's residence, and the big question being, how did he manage to breach the security and get inside in the first place?
That's right, that is the big question, and we did speak to a few police officials who were at the spot, and some of them are inside Saif Ali Khan's residence conducting the investigation. CCTV footage is being scanned. Several CCTV cameras are installed in his residence. But before I come to that, we, of course, have a statement from Leelavati Hospital officials. I did speak to the CEO of Leelavati Hospital, who said that Saif's condition is out of danger. His neurosurgery is completed, and surgery with the plastic surgeon is undergoing, and a report will be released by the hospital authorities in just a bit. So the good news is Saif Ali Khan is out of danger. Treatment is undergoing. So yes, these are the visuals from his residence. We can see a bunch of police officials from crime branch conducting investigations. We did see them speak to many security guards and staffers at Saif Ali Khan's residence. They are trying to understand how this intruder got inside this highly secure zone. We are being given to understand by way of sources that he may have gotten inside through the compound walls, jumped through the compound walls and went inside through the pipes. Again, this is something we're awaiting official confirmation on, but the intruder is absconding. Multiple teams have been formed. At least 7 teams have been formed by the Mumbai crime branch to locate the intruder. Many of them spread across the city of Mumbai. Some of them are inside Saif Ali Khan's residence, and 1 team will be sent out of Mumbai is what we are being given to understand. So the sad part is that no accused have been apprehended. It is just 1 intruder who managed to get inside Saif Ali Khan's residence. In the wee hours at 2 a.m. is when the incident happened. Saif Ali Khan did confront the intruder. A scuffle broke out and he was left injured. Multiple wounds on Saif Ali Khan. He was immediately taken to the hospital, and of course surgery was conducted. Neurosurgery lasted for a few hours. Now, of course, plastic surgery is happening. Repairing of wounds is still going on with the help of a plastic surgeon, but his condition is out of danger. And as you said, several questions being raised on the safety and security of, in places such as Bandra, which is highly secure. A lot of VIPs, a lot of prominent people live, and not the first incident that is happening in connection to lawlessness. Just a few meters away, Salman Khan's residence, where the firing incident happened, outside of his residence, and a few months later, a robbery incident, an attempted robbery incident happening at Saif Ali Khan's residence. So yes, a lot of questions being raised, politics also playing out, and the state government, Mumbai police, coming under question as to why these places are not being guarded as it should be. But the latest is that investigations going on, FIR registered, multiple teams being formed to nab the accused.
Radhika, of course, the opposition coming out, attacking the state government in regard to the lawlessness. We, read a tweet by Pooja Bhatt also saying that the queen of suburbs has never felt as unsafe. Salman Khan's house, they had to use a bulletproof glass. Now this incident that's broken out as far as the actor is concerned. Do we have any information regarding who all were at the residence at the time of the incident?
Well, it's not clear. Mumbai police officials have not really come up with names of who were inside the residence at that time. But there is a possibility his family members could have been there in the residence as well, but not entirely certain. There's no clarity on who else was there in his home at 2 a.m. when the incident happened. But how many security guards were outside? Were they alert? Are some of the questions being asked. CCTV footage is being scanned. Is it somebody known, to perhaps some staffer in this building? These are also angles being looked into. But, police officials have confirmed, so has Saif Ali Khan's team, that it is an attempted robbery/burglary. It is an intruder who got inside the house in the wee hours, and then a scuffle broke out with actor Saif Ali Khan. He was left injured, and the accused, fled the spot, and he's still not been apprehended. Multiple teams have been formed to nab the accused. So a lot of questions remaining as to how this happened, what the sequence of events were. Was this person known to somebody in this particular building? All those are questions that still need answers to. We are trying to get some word from Mumbai police officials. All they have said so far is that Saif Ali Khan was left injured in the scuffle, and he's now being hospitalized, and investigations are underway. Multiple teams have been formed to nab the accused. Yes, as you pointed out, a lot of questions being raised on the safety and security of these places. Bandra West is a very prominent, popular place where celebrities live, and we've been talking about how celebrities, their whereabouts, their homes, their residence, their gyms, places they go is overly exposed by the media, by the PABs, which perhaps may have led to his location, being known to this intruder, so easily. So, yes, these are questions being raised, but now the priority for the Mumbai police is to nab the perpetrator.
Right, Radhika, sources are indicating, social media pictures have in fact shown us that Kareena Kapoor Khan had stepped out last night with her sister, along with Sonam and Sonam's sister, Sonam Kapoor and Riya Kapoor. Was she really back at the time of the incident is something that we don't know yet. Had she come in before this incident took place? Was she at the residence at the time? We do know Saif Ali Khan, of course, was home when this intruder reached his residence. There was a scuffle that broke out between the actor and the intruder, which has resulted in the actor getting injured in 6 different places. 2 of those injuries are as deeper. One happens to be near the spine, is what the police has also gone on to say. They have registered that FIR. The accused who entered has not been nabbed yet by the police. However, CCTV footage is being scanned. Even the maid of Saif Ali Khan, the female house help, is being questioned, Radhika.
That's right. The female house help is being questioned. Multiple people who worked, the staffers, are being questioned by the Mumbai police, and also family members. And we also saw Mumbai police questioning some of the staffers in the neighboring buildings as well. So they are trying to understand whether they did see anything suspicious and whether the police was notified. So a lot of people are being questioned at this point, and investigations are underway to ascertain what exactly transpired in the wee hours. Also being given to understand that a few hours after Saif Ali Khan was admitted is when his family members reached the hospital. So that perhaps could lead us to believe that his other family members may not have been there in his residence. But this is not something we're entirely sure about, because Mumbai police have not given us clarity on who else was there in his house when Saif Ali Khan was attacked. Was his family members there? Was his wife there? His children there? Not entirely sure. Perhaps they may not have been in the residence. We don't know that yet. You know, exact sequence of events is something that the Mumbai police have to tell us.
Right, Radhika, we will keep coming back to you. Radhika reporting from right outside Saif Ali Khan's residence, the actor who was attacked by an intruder. He is in the Leelavati hospital. His plastic surgery is going on. However, the initial surgery has been completed is what we are hearing. He's out of danger. We will keep tracking this story. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera. Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
Well, I'm in Altadena. This is one of the worst hit areas. When disaster strikes, NDTV World brings you exclusive on-the-ground reports straight from the heart of the action.
A neighborhood in Los Angeles that has been devastated by fire.
I just received an emergency alert extreme, which has come on my phone.
Stay tuned for NDTV World's in-depth coverage as we bring you the real stories from Los Angeles.
This is the Altadena area, and there are still fires, and there's a lot of smoke in the area. These houses completely gutted.
This is reporting that matters only on NDTV World.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from Financial.
Saif Ali Khan was allegedly stabbed 4 times by an intruder who barged in his Mumbai house. 3 attendants who work at Saif Ali Khan's house are being interrogated by the police. The actor underwent surgery as per reports, is now out of danger. As far as Battleground Delhi is concerned, it's a big day for nominations. Manish Sisodia and Saurabh Bhardwaj from the Aam Aadmi Party are expected to file their nominations. So is BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa. Former Telangana Minister and BRS Working President K.T. Rama Rao is set to appear before the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the Formula E race scam today. Hindenburg Research, the US-based short seller that had targeted several business entities, is going to be disbanded. The move is after a Republican congressman demanded a probe. Israel and Hamas reached a ceasefire deal to halt fighting in the Gaza Strip and exchange Israeli hostages for Palestinian prisoners. But the deal is set to be formally approved by Israel's cabinet today. It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Our big focus continues to be Saif Ali Khan being allegedly stabbed 4 times by an intruder who barged in his Mumbai house. The incident, we're told, took place around 2:30 a.m. earlier today. The actor is currently undergoing treatment at Mumbai's Leelavati Hospital, is what I can inform you. The actor is out of danger now. This is what the hospital staff has confirmed. But police has started the investigation and an FIR against an intruder has been lodged at the Bandra police station. I can inform you that an intruder sneaked into Saif Ali Khan's house while they were sleeping, is what we're told, and a scuffle broke out between the actor and the intruder after he attempted to barge in. This is something that the police has confirmed. Later, the intruder allegedly stabbed Saif Ali Khan 4 times and fled the crime scene. We have with us at the moment filmmaker Kunal Kohli over the phone line, who's joining us with the latest on the matter. Mr. Kohli, your first reaction. Saif Ali Khan and his associates seem to be shocked.
Yes, it is a very, very shocking incident. And it's a very scary incident. I mean, to find an intruder in your children's room, you don't have to be an actor to be scared or horrified with that. I think it was very, very brave of Saif that he fought so bravely to combat and to overpower the intruder. There will, of course, be a lot of questions that will come up now. How did the intruder get in? I mean, he stays on a very high floor. Did he get in through the terrace? Did he get in through a lower floor? So, you go to anyone's building, not just an actor's building. You go to anyone's building, there's always security somewhere. This is a high-profile building with, the entire family is high-profile. Saif, Bebo, they're all high-profile. So there's obviously a lot of security in the building. How did the intruder manage to get into the building is going to be questioned. I have full faith in Mumbai police. And the ruling government. I am very sure that they will get into the matter and investigate the matter and come out with the reality.
Mr. Kohli?
This is not the time to put a blame on anybody.
Right.
We should not be blaming anybody. There is no blame game that should start here, or politics should not be played on this incident.
Absolutely.
It should be found, it needs to be investigated, and we need to, praise Saif for his bravery. And it's a very shocking and scary incident.
Absolutely. Mr. Kohli, this incident, as you are highlighting as well, has raised questions about crime, especially in high-profile areas like Bandra. Do you think more needs to be done to protect celebrities in such locations?
Well, celebrities have their own securities. They have their own bouncers. Their buildings, by the very basic of, that there is a celebrity staying in the building. Because of that, there is heightened security. So, I mean, what more can be done is a matter of debate. Right. That's, there is a lot of security. It's not that there isn't security.
Right, and with Saif Ali Khan in hospital, sir, what message would you send to him and his family during this difficult time?
I think Saif is a very, very brave individual. He's a very brave father, a very brave husband, a very brave friend, and a very brave person. And I think at this point in time, our prayers go out that the surgery goes through successfully and he recovers soon. And the investigation will go on. So I think that's what is important right now, that we just pray for Saif and we all support the family and request to all the fans and the media that give space to the family. This is a time he needs to be with his family, and give space. Do not stand outside his building or outside the hospital, and give space to all the family members who are coming to visit Saif. I request fans and the media to give them space.
And in terms of the series of attacks on celebrities, Mr. Kohli, do you think that has gone up recently? Have these incidents coming in thick and fast been seen at this space before?
Well, they happened a lot in the 90s, unfortunately, and it seems to be happening again, which is worrying and concerning. But like I said, I have full faith in the Mumbai police. I think it's one of the best police forces in the world. And they will investigate this matter. They're not going to take it lying down. I know that.
That is something that the police has asserted as well. But sir, as we wrap, how important is it for the entertainment industry to address the psychological impact, especially of violent events like this on celebrities and their families?
That is a very good question. That is what needs to be spoken about more, because as a mother and as a wife, what Bebo will be going through at this moment, we cannot even begin to imagine. As a mother, to see an intruder with a knife in your children's bedroom, to see your husband being attacked like that, what she must be going through as a mother and a wife, how do we even comprehend that? How do we begin to comprehend that? The psychological impact it will have on her and on every mother now, that whenever they hear any noise in the middle of the night, they're going to be worried, they're going to be scared. And this is a high-rise apartment. This is not a ground floor or a bungalow in the ground floor that you can just scale the wall and enter. It's a high-rise. They're on a high floor. That is what is very, very concerning. On such a high floor where you feel secure, you feel safe, how does this happen?
Well, Mr. Kohli, thank you so much.
And that is something, the psychological effect of which is going to take some time and addressal, and will have to be taken care of. I'm sure she'll need a lot of comforting and a lot of help for that, which she will get. She's also a very brave woman, and she will go through that. But at this time, we even need to think of her. We need to think of the children. Can you imagine what the children must be feeling? Surely they must have woken up with the noise and the attack and everything. This is not a normal thing for children under 10 to be seeing or be experiencing. It's very scary. From Saif to Bebo to the children, what they must be going through, what they must be feeling, what trauma they will go through after this. That is what is, that is what needs to be addressed.
Mr. Kohli, thank you so much for joining us with your initial thoughts on NDTV. Everyone has been expressing absolute shock to the fact that the intruder was actually able to get so close to Saif Ali Khan. Mumbai police, meanwhile, is investigating all the details and different aspects of what's going on. My colleague Radhika is tracking everything. She joins us from outside Saif Ali Khan's residence at the moment. In a short while from now, we will be joined by my colleague Abira from Leelavati Hospital. But Radhika, do we know whether this was a break-in? Is this the case of random crime, or is there a deeper motive at play? What are officials saying?
As far as what exactly transpired, there is no clarity about sequence of events. We know that there was an intruder. That is something that the Mumbai police officials have confirmed. An intruder broke into his residence and, in an attempted robbery, and injured Saif Ali Khan, as Saif Ali Khan was confronting this particular robber/burglar. But how did he get inside? Did he scale the walls? Did he get into the premises from the neighboring building as walls? Or was there any other technology used to get inside? We don't know that yet. Sequence of events is being ascertained, and the man has not been apprehended. 7 teams have been formed. While I say this, let me get you the visuals from outside Saif Ali Khan's residence. This is Sadhguru Sharan. Heart of Bandra West is where this building is. On the 12th floor of this particular high-rise is where this incident happened at about 2 a.m. This is a brazen attack from the heart of the city, from the most secure, high-profile area of Mumbai, which is Bandra West. We did see a lot of Mumbai police officials, at the spot some time back. They have all gone inside his building now. They are, in fact, questioning people. Crime branch officials are here. They are questioning the staffers, questioning the security guard. We also saw them question neighbors as well. So yes, Mumbai police officials at the spot trying to ascertain what exactly transpired. Investigations are going on. Those are the visuals of Mumbai police carrying out its investigation inside the premises in Saif Ali Khan's residence, where this brazen attack took place at about 2 a.m. As far as Saif Ali Khan is concerned, Abira will be able to speak about that as well from Lilavati Hospital. But when I spoke to the CEO of Lilavati Hospital, he said that one part of surgery, which is neurosurgery, is over, but the plastic surgery is something that is undergoing at this point. So that's what the CEO has said. The doctors there are saying that repairing of wounds is still going on with the help of plastic surgeon. Multiple wounds borne by Saif Ali Khan when they got into a scuffle. But how did he enter this highly secure building? That is something that the Mumbai police will have to answer. Forensic team also here at the spot. Those are the doctors and forensic officials who are at the spot to get all the evidence possible. CCTV is being of CCTVs in this building. How did he get inside this particular highly secure area? Has this man, this intruder, been captured on CCTVs? These are questions being asked. And, as we've been reporting since morning, a lot of people from in and around Bandra, when I speak to friends from Bandra, I also live in Bandra. So when I speak to friends here, the first reaction is, this is so scary. This can happen to anybody because this is a secure area. This is right next to Pali Naka. Very close to this is Pali Hill. This is, close to Bandstand, Carter Road. All these are areas close to this particular area. This is St. Teresa's Road. And these are places where a lot of celebrities, people from the glamour world live. And in a place like this, a brazen incident of robbery, burglary taking place is extremely shocking, which is why this is turned political. A lot of leaders from the opposition speaking about lawlessness, repeated lawlessness in the city of Mumbai. Not the first incident, just a few meters away, firing incident happening outside Salman Khan's residence. Now a burglary happening at Saif Ali Khan's residence. So Mumbai police have a lot to answer at this point, but the priority right now is to gather evidence and of course to nab that accused, which is why multiple teams have been formed by both Mumbai police and crime branch.
Also, Radhika, do we know who was inside the house when this incident occurred?
That Parmeshwar is not very clear because that is something that the Mumbai police have not confirmed to us. Perhaps he was with family members. Again, that is something that we are not being given any official confirmation about as to whether Saif Ali Khan was with his wife and children. We know for a fact that what we can confirm is a house help was there at that time when the incident happened. So that is something we can, confidently confirm. But was his family members there, or were they, in a different household when the incident happened? That is something we don't have clarity about. But both Saif Ali Khan and Kareena Kapoor have given out statements saying that, this incident happened. There was a burglary attempt. Saif Ali Khan has been left injured and he's currently undergoing treatment. But the good news is that when I spoke to doctors at Lilavati Hospital, including the CEO, they said that Saif Ali Khan is out of danger. His condition is stable. Surgery is underway. One part of surgery is over and the next part is underway.
Radhika, thanks so much as always for joining us with the lowdown from outside Saif Ali Khan's residence. Do stay on with us for regular updates as I rope in our colleague Abira, who joins us from outside the Lilavati Hospital where Saif Ali Khan is undergoing treatment. Abira, did the attack take place while Saif Ali Khan was asleep? Any word on his current condition yet? Are there any updates on his recovery?
Like Radhika said that, the surgery is already done. She spoke to the doctors and they said that he's out of danger. The neurosurgeon is done with his surgery. Right now, the plastic surgeons are working on repairing the wounds. So that is what is happening right now. And also, Saif will be shifted to the deluxe suite on the VIP floor of the hospital once he's out of surgery. The surgery went on for 2.5 hours and he's now in the recovery room with the OT. So that's what the latest update from the hospital. What we have got to know is that he has 6 injuries. So hopefully he will heal soon. But yes, we still don't know it was a robbery or was it some other issue that they had. Maybe somebody who was known to the family or to the house help who had come to meet the house help, but it is very suspicious of why would anybody allow anyone who is a stranger at 2:30 in the night inside the building, and while they stay on the top floor of the building, why would the security allow somebody like a stranger to go upstairs in the middle of the night? So we are still waiting for the police to update us on that.
Many unanswered questions at this stage. But Abira, has the police made any statements regarding potential links between the intruder and Saif Ali Khan's household staff?
Nothing yet, nothing yet. We are still waiting for a statement from them. But we have a few people who have been taking to social media from the industry, sending a lot of praise for Saif Ali Khan, and also questioning the law and order in Bandra, especially because after this has been happening quite often now for the past few months. We have seen Salman Khan facing security.
Right, we seem to have some trouble with Abira's line as she makes her way to Leelavati Hospital, where Saif Ali Khan is undergoing treatment and is recovering, is what we've been told. Radhika Ramaswamy joins us from outside Saif Ali Khan's residence, where she's been tracking the latest developments. Radhika, any details the authorities have provided about the intruder's capture? And any word on how soon we can expect to learn about their identity and motive from the Mumbai police?
Well, you know, as of now, any detail as far as the intruder is concerned, they have formed multiple teams to nab the intruder. 7 teams of crime branch officials are in different places within and outside Mumbai. 1 team is here, a few teams in other parts of Mumbai, and 1 outside of Mumbai is what we are being given to understand. It's been a few hours since the incident happened. So there is a possibility this intruder may have crossed Mumbai. Not really sure. So Mumbai police doesn't want to divulge all the details since they are, close on the heels of this intruder. So therefore, they do not want to really speak about, how they are trying to track the intruder. But multiple teams have been formed. CCTV footage is being examined from several areas. We saw Mumbai police officials not just speaking to staffers here, but also speaking to staffers in the neighboring building as well. This has obviously led to and congestion here. Whoever we speak to, the first thing they say is, how can such an incident happen in a high-profile area in Bandra, in the residence of a VIP, of a celebrity? That is something that has sent shockwaves across Mumbai. So Mumbai police really treading cautiously right now. As far as investigations are concerned, the priority definitely is to nab the accused. So, we know for a fact that FIR registered. The Mumbai police is trying to piece together the sequence of events as well. But the good news definitely is that Saif Ali Khan's condition is out of danger. His surgery is underway, his family members with him. And now we also saw forensic team officials here, police officials, Bandra police officials, crime branch officials, all of them are at the spot. I'll show you the visuals of police officials at the spot here. They've been here since early morning, conducting investigations. But unfortunately, that one intruder who broke inside his residence is yet to be nabbed.
Right. Abira's back with us as well. You've heard from Radhika, who's joining us with the latest updates from outside Saif Ali Khan's residence. Radhika is reporting that 7 teams have been deployed to piece together what exactly happened and find clarity as far as the sequence of events is concerned. But Abira, how is Saif Ali Khan's family and team responding to the situation? Take us through what they've said in their latest statements, as well as what the hospital is saying.
Saif's team had issued a statement in the morning, and then Karina's team issued a statement. Karina's statement said there was an attempted burglary in Saif Ali Khan and Kareena Kapoor's residence last night. Saif had an injury on his arm, for which he's in the hospital undergoing a procedure. The rest of the family is doing fine. We request media and fans to be patient and not speculate any further, as police are already doing their due investigation. Thank you all for your concern. That's what Karina's team has issued a statement. And we all know that Kareena Kapoor, Saif Ali Khan stayed in that apartment with their two kids, Taimur, who is 8 years old, and Jay, who is 4 years old. They are constantly being photographed by the paparazzi, entering and leaving their residence, whatever time of the day it is. There's a lot of questioning coming in about the security issues because of photography, and also because they also post their own pictures constantly from their house. So a lot of questions being raised on social media regarding this. But at the same time, Pooja Bhatt has taken to X to say that, can this lawlessness please be curbed, marking Mumbai police and CP Mumbai police. We had director Kunal Kohli, who has worked with Saif Ali Khan, shared via X saying, shocking and scary incident, praying for Saif's speedy recovery. We also have Junior NTR, who posted on X saying, shocked and saddened to hear about the attack on Saif sir, wishing and praying for his speedy recovery. A lot of posts coming in on social media from fans, hoping to see Saif Ali Khan back on his back home, and getting a speedy recovery. So that is what is happening right now. But yes, a big question is on the security of these stars, and if these stars who are constantly guarded and have bodyguards, security around them, are not safe, then what about the normal citizen out there who do not even have security around them?
Well, Abira and Radhika, thank you so much for joining us with the lowdown from Mumbai. I will let you get us regular updates as and when you've spoken to officials on ground zero. Meanwhile, we have a reaction from Saif Ali Khan's guard on this attack that took place at 2:30 a.m. early today. Here's what the guard had to say.
घर में काम करने वाला बंदा था। नहीं, मैं गेम में हूँ, वो नाइट वाला चल रहा है। कितने बजे हुआ है ये? कितने बजे हुआ है? मुझे को नहीं मालूम है। नहीं तो आप कितने बजे यहाँ पे आए? मैं सुबह 8 बजे आया।
Well, let's turn our attention to the other big story we're tracking. Hindenburg Research, the US-based short seller that had targeted several business entities, including the Adani Group, is going to be disbanded. Founder Nate Anderson has clarified that there has been no particular threat or personal issue behind this decision to wind up, though the decision comes days after a Republican congressman demanded a probe on the short seller group. Remember, Hindenburg has been in the news for targeting the Adani Group in 2022 with what the group said was nothing but a lie and were calculated attacks on India. The short seller had also targeted Indian markets regulator chief Madhavi Puri Butch and her husband in the past, who had called it an attempt at character assassination. Do you remember? NDTV is a subsidiary of the Adani Media Group. But my colleague Sajid Mangad from NDTV Profit has the details. But first, let's listen in to what the BJP has to say.
Report that Hindenburg is now going to shut shop and is going to get disbanded clearly suggests that whatever they were doing in order to attempt to create economic upheaval, economic anarchy in India was nothing but a sponsored hit job to destabilize the Indian economy. The question is that it was well established that it was funded by those elements who are anti-India and anti-Indian economy, India's economic growth and prowess. But why was Congress party and its ecosystem lapping up reports of Hindenburg as if it was some kind of a gospel truth, as if it was the last word of God?
Ahead of the Trump inauguration, we've seen a note from Nate Anderson, who's the founder of Hindenburg Research, that he's disbanding the entire research of Hindenburg. Hindenburg was formed in 2017 as a research and investment firm. Nate Anderson announced yesterday that he's disbanding the entire Hindenburg Research, and he's saying he claims that that because he has finished in the pipeline of ideas it was working on, Anderson has decided that he would now disband Hindenburg. Nate also claims that over a period of last 7 to 8 years, when they have released nearly a dozen reports, they've been, they have been able to get the regulatory authorities to charge over 100 individuals for civil and criminal liabilities, and the regulators are investigating those individuals and entities because of the reports that has been released by Hindenburg Research. So the short seller was known for the reports. The first report came in 2020, where he released the report on a startup, auto startup, which is called Nikola. Later, regulatory interventions and regulatory investigations saw some kind of actions taken against the promoters of Nikola there. Subsequently, they have released nearly a dozen reports, which include reports of Carl Icahn's Icahn Enterprises auto retailer Carvana and the Adani Group. If you look at the modus operandi, it basically works on a research report, then sells it to hedge funds and investors, and simultaneously releases it, the report in public domain so that it can benefit from the shorts there. There has been a heightened regulatory action and scrutiny of short sellers in the U.S. with the U.S. Department of Justice and U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission looking at the short sellers and the short sellers report. In fact, after the Adani Group report, the Indian regulator also looked at Hindenburg, and as a result of that, they issued a show cause notice to Hindenburg for violation of several regulations with respect to research reports, research analyst regulations, and other regulations which were violated as part of the report. What actually Hindenburg did in this case was creating shorts using overseas instruments which are linked to India, which could be bonds, which could be MSCI India indices, and or the ODI route to short on Indian equities and Indian market, and thereby gain profit there. There has been a multi-jurisdictional scrutiny and cooperation between regulators in India and the US, as a result of which SEBI issued a show cause notice to Hindenburg, and Hindenburg is yet to respond to the SEBI show cause notice as per last reports. So the research agency has been disbanded, but I think the investigations will continue, and let's see how it goes forward from here.
In other news, BRS Working President K.T. Rama Rao will appear before the Enforcement Directorate shortly for questioning in the Formula E race case today. Do remember, as my colleague Uma Sudhir has been covering, earlier he was grilled for over 7 hours by the Anti-Corruption Bureau in the same case based on an FIR filed for a transfer of about 55 crore rupees in violation of norms. Uma Sudhir joins us with a quick update at the moment. Uma, what are the latest details you can share with us? We are told that he was expected to appear before the ED at 10:30 a.m.
Yes, indeed. He is supposed to be very close to the Enforcement Directorate office. That is the entrance to the Enforcement Directorate office, and as you can see, there's a huge deployment of police that has been made, not just here, but in the road leading up to it as well, because on the other side is in fact the Telangana Assembly, and a little distance away is the Telangana Secretariat. This is really the heart of the city, and therefore the arrival of Mr. K.T. Rama Rao here has been given a huge deployment. This is the first time that KTR is appearing before the Enforcement Directorate after the Supreme Court refused to reverse the High Court order that had in fact rejected the quash plea that was filed by Mr. K.T. Rama Rao here against the ACB case. The Enforcement Directorate case was in fact based on the case of the ACB that had named him as A1 in this particular case. What is important today to note is that both the A2, which is Mr. Arvind Kumar, Special Chief Secretary, who was Special Chief Secretary in the MAUD as well, the Municipal Administration and Urban Development Department, he as well as BLN Reddy, who is A3 in the case, both of them have already appeared before the Enforcement Directorate, and their statements have been recorded as well by the Enforcement Directorate, and that is the reason why today becomes more crucial, because they will be confronting him with the statements that have been made by the A2 and A3 in this particular case. KTR has already admitted publicly and told NDTV as well that yes, he did give the oral instructions for the transfer of almost 45 crore rupees to the FEO organizers. Now, after the statements that have been made and also the documents that have been seized, we are told by the Enforcement Directorate as well as the investigating authorities, the ACB, two things have come to light. One, the charge in the FIR itself had spoken about unauthorized transfer of money, that there was no legal sanction from either the finance department or even from the department of the legal department, the cabinet. All those approvals were not there. Now what is coming to fore is that there are certain reports suggesting that ACE Next Gen, which was part of the tripartite agreement that was entered into for the previous season, season 9, that they had not actually paid up any of the obligations, that they were supposed to pay 90 crore rupees and that they had only paid about 30 crore rupees and 60 crore rupees was pending, and that was never put out in the public domain. And what the allegation now of the investigators is that there was a cover-up on behalf of ACE Next Gen, which is in fact a subsidiary of Greenco. Already you would remember that there were reports suggesting that Greenco, which had given electoral bonds that were redeemed by the BRS, there was some kind of a quid pro quo. Of course, when we had asked Mr. KTR as well as Mr. Harish Rao about it, they said every political party has got the same kind of electoral bonds from Greenco. And
Well, that was Uma Sudhir joining you with the latest as K.T. Rama Rao heads to the Enforcement Directorate and is expected to reach the office shortly. We will, of course, get you regular updates from there. For now, let's turn our attention to ISRO. Well, ISRO has successfully performed the docking of satellites as part of the space docking experiment. Earlier, on the 12th of this month, ISRO brought the two spacecraft to 3 meters and then moved them back to safe distance in its trial attempt to dock the satellites. Now, ISRO successfully launched the space docking experiment. This mission was actually launched back in December on the 30th. The PSLV C-60 rocket carrying 2 small satellites along with 24 payloads had lifted off from the first launch pad of the Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota, and about 15 minutes after liftoff, the 2 small spacecraft weighing about 220 kg each were launched into a 475-kilometer circular orbit as intended. ISRO has now successfully performed the docking of satellites as part of this mission. News and updates continue in a moment right after this very short break. Do stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In a time of sweeping economic change, what can India's past tell us about its future? From the watershed moments of 1991 to the challenges of tomorrow. Join Sanjay Pugalia, Editor-in-Chief NDTV, in conversation with past and present Finance Commission Chairpersons N.K. Singh and Arvind Panagare. Reforms Past, Present and Future, a special presentation on NDTV.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
In
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform. Please mind the gap. BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door?
Well, let's get you the latest as far as Saif Ali Khan's incident at home was concerned. Saif Ali Khan was allegedly stabbed 4 times by an intruder who barged in his Mumbai house at around 2 a.m. early this morning. The incident took place around 2 to 2:30 a.m. We're still trying to clearly establish the sequence of events as per the details that officials from Mumbai share with us. But the actor is currently undergoing treatment at Mumbai's Leelavati Hospital. I can inform you that the actor is out of danger now. This is something that the hospital staff has confirmed as well. But sources have informed us that Saif Ali Khan was brought to hospital at around 3 a.m. by his son along with their caretaker. We are yet to establish whether his wife Kareena Kapoor was present at home at the time of this attack. In terms of the latest details, Saif Ali Khan has suffered 6 wounds. 2 of those wounds are deep, is what we're told. He has undergone surgery for about 2 hours. Meanwhile, Mumbai police has started the investigation. 7 teams have been deployed to establish the exact sequence of events, and an FIR against an intruder has been lodged at the Bandra police station. 3 attendants who work at Saif Ali Khan's house are currently being interrogated by the police, is what we're told. But the intruder, he is yet to be held. Currently, the police is looking for him. 7 teams have been deployed. As Saif Ali Khan has suffered 6 wounds, 2 of them are deep, and he has undergone surgery for 2 hours. This is what the hospital has confirmed. For further clarity, we have with us actor Nasir Abdullah joining us on NDTV at the moment. Thank you so much, sir, for making time for us. What's your reaction to the fact that the intruder actually was able to get so close to Saif Ali Khan in the middle of the night? Do you think this reflects a broader concern about the security situation in Mumbai?
No, it doesn't name a city that, oh, in Bombay there is this problem. No, it is pretty obvious. First things first, we don't know if he was a robber. I was told some robber has come. No, doesn't seem like it, but you never know. An intruder is the right way to say it. So what were the intentions? I think the intentions were to maybe harm him because he wasn't trying to open anything else. Apparently, I don't know what was the exact like a sequence, but I'm just wondering, because if this could be some kind of a hate crime in the sense directed for some, we need to find out from Saif if he had any threats, any other situations where he was warned about something or he was threatened, because recently there was this thing about his naming his son actually Taimur, which happened years ago. And, you know, also Taimur is known as one of the invaders.
To the incident at hand that we're talking about, this attack has raised questions about crime in high-profile areas like Bandra. Do you think more needs to be done to protect celebrities in such locations?
I don't think so, because all their houses are very well guarded. You go to Hema Malini's house, you go to anybody's house. Anywhere now you go, you have the security. You have a problem for Ubers to come inside to pick you up because all the gates are sealed and all these high-profile guys have it. So there is a possibility that this could be the result of a hate crime. I'm not saying I know what happened. I don't know anything at all.
Right. We are, of
that
course,
will only be found out by the police.
To inform us the exact sequence of events. But, sir, considering what just happened and considering this is still a developing story, how important is it for the entertainment industry to address the psychological impact of such violent events on celebrities, especially their families?
Yeah, look, I mean, it doesn't happen every day. And I don't know why, I mean, there are so many celebrities, why wasn't their house robbed? So we need to understand, firstly, whether it was a planned crime. There was some other intention. There was maybe the intention to threaten him or to fire a warning shot. We don't know. You can't go that far as yet. That would be stupid because you don't know anything much except what you've been told by the reporters on the ground and what you heard. So you don't know. So I can't say this. I think their houses are very well protected. Everybody's home is very well protected. So if somebody manages to enter, it is through the compliance or the alliance with one of the staff in the house. That is very, very possible. And it happens a lot. I mean, it has happened in my house once. There was a maid. She had some kind of a boyfriend, and he had access. She handed him the keys of the car, and he stole it. So let's not get too far there. However hard the security may be, anybody can make it if they have the cooperation of one of the staff guys. So it is definitely linked to an inside job for sure. Somebody has assisted this guy.
Wait for the Mumbai police to confirm that angle, Nasir Abdullah. But thank you so much for joining us with your views. The Mumbai police currently is investigating all aspects. 7 teams have been deployed, as my colleagues Radhika Ramaswamy and Abir Adhar have been reporting. Saif Ali Khan was allegedly stabbed 4 times by an intruder who barged in his Mumbai house and then subsequently fled. The incident took place around 2:30 a.m. early today. We have established, as per our sources, that Saif Ali Khan's son and his caretaker guided Saif Ali Khan to the hospital at around 3 a.m. today, where he underwent surgery for 2 hours. In fact, we have a reaction from the Mumbai police. The DCP has spoken on record. Listen in.
Sir, Hindi mein bata dijiye ji.
कल रात में सुबह 3 बजे के आसपास पुलिस स्टेशन में इंफॉर्मेशन आई कि एक्टर सैफ अली खान इन पर उनके घर पे हल्ला हुआ है। पुलिस टीम पर हम लोग वहाँ स्पॉट पर गए। एक्टर सैफ अली खान इनका लीलावती हॉस्पिटल में ट्रीटमेंट शुरू है विदाउट डेंजर। एंड इसमें जो आरोपी है इनको ढूंढने का काम शुरू है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन चालू है।
सर कितनी कहाँ जख्म हुई है, थोड़ी सी केवल जानकारी।
सर खान के अलावा और किसी पे हमला हुआ है, वो लेडी ठीक है, उनका मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है।
सर कितना जख्मी है, क्या अगर सीरियस कितना है कि वो कहाँ
जख्मी चल रहा है, बाकी डॉक्टर्स ज़्यादा अच्छे से बता पाएंगे। थैंक यू
सर। यावेळी घरात कोण कोण होतं? सैफ अली खान से
सर उस वक्त घर में कौन कौन था सर? थोड़ी सी जानकारी
की डिटेल्स हम रिवील नहीं कर सकते हैं। ओके, हम रिक्वेस्ट है जो भी इसमें प्रोग्रेस होगा हम आपसे अपडेट करेंगे। थैंक यू।
You've just heard from the Mumbai police that Saif Ali Khan has suffered 6 wounds. 2 of them are deep, is what the hospital has confirmed. He has undergone a 2-hour surgery. As police have started the investigation, and an FIR against an intruder has been lodged at the Bandra police station. You must also note that 3 attendants who work at Saif Ali Khan's house are currently being interrogated by the police as we speak. With that, let's turn our attention to the other story we're tracking. Well, breaking news actually coming in at the moment. India has welcomed the truce agreement between Israel and Hamas and expressed hope that this latest development would lead to a safe and sustained supply of humanitarian assistance to the people of Gaza. Now, this statement added that India has consistently called for release of all hostages, ceasefire, and return to a path of dialogue and diplomacy. My colleague Vishal Vivek has been tracking the latest details. Vishal, take us through the details of what India has said.
So India has said that it had called for ceasefire, release of hostages for many times, and finally the deal has been inked and India has welcomed the deal. But it should be noted at this point that Israel has continued to strike Gaza in the hours after the deal has been signed. About 30 people have been killed in the last 12 hours ever since the deal was signed. So that gives you, Israel's strategy, because when Israel had signed a deal with Hezbollah, the similar things had happened when the deal was signed. It had followed with some intense strikes in Lebanon. So the deal will come into effect only on Sunday. That is when it remains to be seen how Israel reacts. Does it really stop the attacks? Because Israeli war cabinet is set to vote on the deal. There are many reverberations inside the Israeli war cabinet that say that some ministers are objecting to the deal. How that shapes, that remains to be seen. But the deal has been signed and it will take effect on Sunday for sure. But the strikes, how many strikes happen in the day when the deal is activated, in the day leading up to the deal, that remains to be seen. Already about 3 dozen people have been killed ever since the deal was signed. So the strikes are still ongoing, but it is a welcome change. 15 months of non-stop war, 47,000 killed only in Gaza, about 1,800 killed in Israel. So it's a full-blown war, and there are signs that it can be stopped now. So it is a welcome sign, and India has, of course, welcomed it.
Thanks so much, Vishal, for joining us with the latest details. As my colleague Vishal is reporting, after more than 15 months of nearly uninterrupted fighting in Gaza, Israel and Hamas have agreed to pause the devastating war. This is what mediators have announced. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that the ceasefire agreement with Hamas was still not complete and final details were being worked out by the Israel cabinet and that they will revert today. But India has welcomed this truce agreement between Israel and Hamas and expressed hope that the latest development would lead to a safe and sustained supply of humanitarian assistance to the people of Gaza. In fact, Israel and Hamas agreed to this temporary ceasefire, opening a path to end 15 months of intense fighting in Gaza that has killed tens of thousands of Palestinians, as Vishal is also highlighting. This agreement, which the Israeli cabinet is yet to approve, is set to take effect on Sunday and see the phased release of 33 Israeli hostages as well as Palestinian prisoners, while Israel will pull its troops from densely populated areas in Gaza. Now, the US president, the outgoing US president actually, Joe Biden, took credit for the months-long negotiations in his farewell address as well, but analysts also pointed to the incoming Trump administration's efforts to put pressure on Israel for this deal. Israeli forces, however, are continuing with their attacks across the Gaza Strip, killing at least 30 Palestinians in the enclave since this agreement was announced just in the last few hours. So the agreement is but a fragile reprieve lasting just 6 weeks, many analysts point out, and celebrations in Gaza were cautious as per multiple reports. We have reactions from the Prime Minister in Qatar, the outgoing US President, and a report from Tel Aviv My colleague Sarah Coates joins you with the latest. Listen in.
دولة قطر وجمهورية مصر العربية والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية الإعلان عن نجاح جهود الوساطة المشتركة بوصول طرفي النزاع في قطاع غزة إلى اتفاق بشأن تبادل الأسرى والرهائن والعودة إلى الهدوء المستدام وصولا لوقف دائم لإطلاق النار بين الجانبين.
I'd also note this deal was developed and negotiated under my administration, but its terms will be implemented for the most part by the next administration. In these past few days, we've been speaking as one team. This has been a time of real turmoil in the Middle East. But as I prepare to leave office, our friends are strong, our enemies are weak, and there's a genuine opportunities for a new future.
Celebrations right around the region after this ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas was announced by Qatar's Prime Minister after 15 months of fighting and more than 46,000 people killed in the Gaza Strip. Now, this ceasefire deal is expected to go into effect on Sunday, with 3 hostages released that day, another 4 released 1 week later. Now, this first phase of the deal will see 33 hostages released in total in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners being held in Israeli jails. Now, it is during the second phase that there will be discussions on how to permanently end this war, and it is during the second phase that soldiers will be released, male soldiers and also men under the age of 50. So once again, it certainly is good news for the region after 15 months of fighting. But in saying that, there is a lot of careful optimism and anticipation, given that previous ceasefires or attempts to get them over the line have fallen over. But certainly this is good news that we're hearing this evening. Sarah Coates for NDTV, Tel Aviv.
Meanwhile, the outgoing US President Joe Biden warned of a developing oligarchy in America as he delivered a farewell address from the Oval Office. He also hailed his administration's accomplishments. In fact, he started his address with the contributions that they've made towards gaining the ceasefire deal. Biden also emphasized about the path that he sees America following once he warned that what's coming next could erode the institutions in America as well. Listen in to what Joe Biden had to say in his farewell address from the Oval Office.
I want to warn the country of some things that give me great concern. This is a dangerous concentration, and that's a dangerous concentration of power in the hands of a very few ultra-wealthy people. And the dangerous consequences if their abuse of power is left unchecked. Today, an oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that literally threatens our entire democracy.
As always, news and updates continue right here on NDTV 24/7. We're slipping into a very short break for now. Do stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Well, I'm in Altadena. This is one of the worst hit areas.
When disaster strikes, NDTV World brings you exclusive on-the-ground reports straight from the heart of the action.
A neighborhood in Los Angeles that has been devastated by fire.
I just received an emergency alert extreme, which has come on my phone.
Stay tuned for NDTV World's in-depth coverage as we bring you the real stories from Los Angeles.
This is the Altadena area, and there are still fires, and there's a lot of smoke in the area. These houses completely gutted.
This is reporting that matters only on NDTV World.
आप I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a time of sweeping economic change, what can India's past tell us about its future? From the watershed moments of 1991 to the challenges of tomorrow. Join Sanjay Pugalia, Editor-in-Chief, NDTV, in conversation with past and present Finance Commission chairpersons N.K. Singh and Arvind Panagare. Reforms past, present and future. A special presentation on NDTV.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest.
Saif Ali Khan has been stabbed at his residence by an intruder. He suffered 6 injuries. 2 of them are said to be deeper. He was injured very close to his spine. The surgery has been completed. Plastic surgery is underway. The police and the crime branch, the Mumbai police and the crime branch, are investigating the matter. His
household staff has been questioned. CCTV camera has been accessed. Formula E race and its KTR that has appeared before the ED in Hyderabad. This is the first time that KTR is being questioned in the Formula E case by the Enforcement Directorate. But do remember, it was the ACB that questioned him for 7 hours in the same case. Big guns to file their nominations today, from Saurabh Bhardwaj to Manish Sisodia, as well as BJP's Manjinder Sirsa filing their nominations in the run-up to the elections in the national capital. Hindenburg Research, the US-based short seller that had targeted several business entities, is going to be disbanded, a move after Republican congressmen demanded a probe. And ISRO has scripted history in space. SpaceX docking completed with 2 satellites docked in space. You're watching NDTV 24/7. A very good morning. I'm Divya Wadhwa. We have news coming in regard to actor Saif Ali Khan, who's said to be out of danger. He was stabbed multiple times by an intruder who barged into his residence in Mumbai. The incident took place at about 2:30 in the morning. The actor is currently at the Lilavati hospital. He was rushed to the hospital at about 3:30. That's when he arrived at Lilavati. The surgery started at 5:30 in the morning. He has sustained 6 injuries in the process. He was attacked by a sharp knife. 2 of those injuries are said to be deeper, one close to his spine. However, the actor, so far, from what we're hearing from the officials in the hospital, that the surgery has been completed. However, the plastic surgery is underway. The actor is said to be out of danger. 3 attendants who work as Saif Ali Khan's household staff are being questioned by the police.
कल रात में सुबह 3 बजे के आसपास पुलिस स्टेशन में इंफॉर्मेशन आई कि एक्टर सैफ अली खान इन पर उनके घर पे हल्ला हुआ है। पुलिस टीम पर हम लोग वहाँ स्पॉट पर गए। एक्टर सैफ अली खान इनका लीलावती हॉस्पिटल में ट्रीटमेंट शुरू है एंड इसमें जो आरोपी है इनको ढूंढने का काम शुरू है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन चालू है।
We have my colleague Radhika joining us to get us more on this. Radhika, the staff members are being questioned. CCTV footage has been accessed. Any details from what the police are now doing? We do know that both the Mumbai police and the crime branch are involved in investigating this very shocking case that's come to light, something that took place within the confines of the actor's residence at a building which seems so secure. Of course, they stayed literally, they do stay on the top floor of that building. Get us details of the kind of security arrangements which are usually in place at that building of Saif Ali Khan's.
That's right, a very shocking incident that happened in the heart of Bandra at Saif Ali Khan's residence early this morning. In fact, I can show you some visuals of police officials right here at the spot. What we've been observing over the last couple of hours is that the Mumbai police officials are very, very tight-lipped. Crime branch officials tight-lipped because obviously they haven't caught the culprit yet. They haven't caught the attacker yet. So therefore, they do not want to reveal many details about the investigation. But these are the visuals from Saif Ali Khan's residence. This is where the intruder broke in. On the 11th floor is where the intruder, I beg your pardon, on the 12th floor is where the intruder broke in at about 2:30 a.m. Multiple police officials are at the spot. We saw forensic team also at the spot. Some time back, we saw sniffer dogs as well who were brought to the spot. Multiple evidence being collected, CCTV footage also being examined to ascertain who exactly this intruder was, what were the sequence of events. But at this point, the police officials just giving out one statement, which is that an attempted burglary happened inside Saif Ali Khan's residence. A scuffle broke out and Saif Ali Khan was injured, and the intruder was a single, there were not a bunch of intruders, but one intruder who broke into the house, and the efforts are on to nab him. This is the only statement that the Mumbai police has officially put out, and a media bite that we just heard as well, whereby the police once again, reiterating that the incident happened about 3 a.m. Saif Ali Khan is currently undergoing treatment at Leelavati Hospital. All the angles being looked into. The house help is being questioned. When Saif Ali Khan was in the residence, his sons were there. Kareena Kapoor perhaps may have been there. There's no clarity on whether she was there or if she was there at a different spot. But Saif Ali Khan was inside the house, so were his sons, and a house help was also present at that time. But what exactly happened? How did the thief, how did this burglar break into this highly secure building? That is something that is being ascertained at this point by the Mumbai police. Did he really scale the walls and manage to go inside despite this area being highly secure, despite multiple security guards, manning this entire area? Not entirely certain. Was he somebody known to some staffer inside the building? These are, some of the details that is being looked into by the Mumbai police. Investigations underway. Multiple teams, 7 teams formed by Mumbai Crime Branch.
Right. Of course, Radhika reporting from right outside Saif Ali Khan's residence in the Bandra area of Mumbai, where that incident, that very unfortunate incident that occurred late last night at about 2:30 at the residence. And from what we're hearing is that the CCTV camera footage has shown that no one entered the residence for at least 2 hours before the incident took place. So from what, one is assuming at this point in time, reports are suggesting that the man could have been inside his residence for at least 2 hours before he attacked the actor. To know more on this, we have Avinash Dharmadhikari, retired ACP of Mumbai Police, and he was also the security officer of actors like Shatrughan Sinha and Dilip Kumar, joining us. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking with us. When we talk about, the incident that's taken place, this of course brings to light, this has come about just after that attack that took place outside Salman Khan's residence, where they had to then put up a glass that was bulletproof. Now this attack that's taken place within the confines of actor Saif Ali Khan, it's coming about from an area which is relatively safe, a city which is considered very safe. Many people raising questions regarding the law and order situation. How would you react?
नहीं, इसमें लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का इशू नहीं है. इसमें बेसिकली उनको जो प्रोटेक्शन दिया गया था, अगर उनको दिया गया तो उसका एक रोल कितना है वो देखना पड़ेगा, वेदर दे वर प्रेजेंट एट द सीन और नॉट. सेकंड थिंग, ये अर्ली इन द मॉर्निंग हुआ है, तो जो सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स जो बिल्डिंग के रहते हैं उनसे तो हमें अपेक्षा नहीं करते कि वो अलर्ट रहे यहाँ पे. लेकिन बॉलीवुड के जो स्टार्स है वो अपनी पर्सनल सिक्योरिटी भी रखते हैं, वो नेचुरली वो देवर डेफिनेटली अलर्ट रहते हैं, तो उनका भी रोल देखना पड़ेगा. लेकिन जहां तक अभी तक जो समझ में आया है उससे यह मालूम पड़ता है कि कोई ना कोई उनके घर में इससे पहला जाके रेकी करके आया है या आसपास के घर में काम किया है, जिसको इसको मालूम है कि इनके घर में कहाँ से हम लोग जा सकते हैं, कहाँ से एंट्री कर सकते हैं, कहाँ से बाहर निकल सकते हैं, क्योंकि इस क्राइम करने के बाद एक सेफली निकल भी गए. तो ये सब इंडिकेट करता है, क्योंकि सैफ अली के साथ जब इनका झगड़ा चल रहा था तो काफी चिल्लाने की आवाज भी आ रही थी. तो ऐसे टाइम में एटलीस्ट उनकी चिल्लाने की आवाज सुनने के बाद तो जो इनकी सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट थी वो अलर्ट होना चाहिए था, वो भी नहीं हुआ. इसका मतलब इन्होंने काफी अच्छी तरह से रेकी करके वहां से भाग चुके हैं. अभी इसमें 2-3 एंगल हो सकता है. एक तो बर्गलरी, नेचुरली जो चोरी करने के हिसाब से आए होंगे, लेकिन जो चोर जिसको कुछ भी मालूम नहीं ऑल ऑफ ए सडन जाके चोरी करेगा, ऐसा तो हो नहीं सकता है, क्योंकि इस ऐसे जगह पे उनको घुसना बहुत मुश्किल रहता है. तो डेफिनेटली उन्होंने इससे पहला रेकी किया है या उन्होंने कुछ काम किया है इनके घर में या फिर आसपास के फ्लैट में काम किया होगा. किसी न किसी बहाने इनका ये घर में आना जाना होगा, या फिर इनके घर में से किसी का इनडायरेक्टली इसमें इन्वॉल्वमेंट हो सकता है. ये सब इन्वेस्टिगेशन की बात मालूम पड़ेगा. लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से ये सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच तो डेफिनेटली है, लेकिन अगर उनको पुलिस का सिक्योरिटी दिया है तो मुझे नहीं लगता है कि सैफ अली खान को कुछ पुलिस का सिक्योरिटी होगा.
सर,
लेकिन
हमें बता सकते हैं, जब हम मुंबई की बिल्डिंग्स की बात करते हैं, कोई घुस नहीं सकता. अगर हमें भी किसी भी बिल्डिंग में जाना हो, हम घुस नहीं पा सकते. तो ये तो सेलिब्रिटी का घर है. हाउ डिड दे मैनेज टू ब्रीच द सिक्योरिटी? एक तो ये, और आपकी ओपिनियन में क्या मेजर्स सेलिब्रिटीज को लेने चाहिए? बिकॉज यू हैव बीन इन्वॉल्व इन द सिक्योरिटी ऑफ मेगा एक्टर्स लाइक शत्रुघ्न सिन्हा एंड दिलीप कुमार. कौन से मेजर्स हैं जो सेलिब्रिटीज को लेने चाहिए इन ऑर्डर टू इंश्योर देयर ओन सेफ्टी?
नहीं, दिलीप कुमार और शत्रुघ्न सिन्हा जी को जो थ्रेट था वो थ्रेट टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से था, तो वो हिसाब से उनको प्रोटेक्शन दिया गया था. लेकिन सैफ अली खान को किसी से थ्रेट नहीं था। एवरी बॉलीवुड की सेलिब्रिटी को पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन देना मुश्किल है बम्बई पुलिस के लिए, क्योंकि इतनी स्ट्रेंथ भी नहीं है। लेकिन ये लोग इतना कैपेबल है कि अपनी खुद की सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट रहती है, उनके खुद के प्राइवेट पर्सनल बॉडीगार्ड रहते हैं। जैसे सलमान खान का जो बॉडीगार्ड है वो तो इतना सेलिब्रिटी बन गया, शेरा करके था, तो वैसे इनके पास भी खुद की सिक्योरिटी रहती है। आप जो बोल रहे हो सही है कि किसी भी बिल्डिंग में किसी भी अनजान आदमी को घुसना नॉर्मल सर्कमस्टेंसेस में नॉट पॉसिबल, तो इसमें बहुत सारी पॉसिबिलिटी रहती है। अगर उसी बिल्डिंग में कुछ काम चल रहा होगा, कोई रिपेयरिंग का काम चल रहा होगा, किसी काम से जिसकी वजह से ये बाहर के लोगों का आना जाना रहेगा, तो हो सकता है एक दिन पहले आके रुके होंगे, क्योंकि सीसीटीवी अब जहां तक अभी तक का रिपोर्ट है, सीसीटीवी में कोई थर्ड पर्सन नहीं दिख रहा है। तो हो सकता है कि वो बिल्डिंग का भी कोई दूसरे फ्लैट का वर्कर भी इसमें इन्वॉल्व हो सकता है। वो सब एस्पेक्ट देखना पड़ेगा, इसमें कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन में मालूम पड़ेगा। लेकिन हाँ, बॉलीवुड के जिनको सीरियस थ्रेट्स है उनको पुलिस की तरफ से सिक्योरिटी मुहैया किया जाता है। शत्रुघ्न सिन्हा जी को काफी सीरियस थ्रेट था, उसकी वजह से उनको मेरे ख्याल से उस वक्त जेड सिक्योरिटी भी दिया गया था।
Right, Avinash Dharmadhikari, please stay with us, continue staying with us. We have Abira, my colleague, joining us from right outside the Leelavati Hospital. Abira, take us through, from what we're hearing is that the actor is said to be out of danger. But what is the health update? Has the plastic surgery been completed? Because we do know that he has been in surgery since 5:30 this morning.
Yes, the neurosurgery is completed. Last we spoke to the doctors was 1 hour ago, and the CEO of Leelavati told NDTV that the neurosurgery is over, the plastic surgery is still on, and we are still waiting for him to revert back on his health updates. But we know that he will be shifted to after the surgery, he will be shifted to the deluxe suite on the VIP floor of Leelavati Hospital. But the surgery went over for around 2.5 hours, and he's now in the recovery room in the OT. That's what we heard last from the hospital. We are still waiting for an update on his health from the hospital, but the last update was 1 hour back.
Right, of course, we have Radhika also with us from right outside the residence of the actor where this very unfortunate incident that took place. Radhika, the Bollywood fraternity up in arms regarding the safety and security of Mumbai.
Absolutely, multiple reactions coming in from the who's who of Bollywood celebrities also speaking up. They're concerned about the safety and security of them and their family members. VIPs and several who's who from the Bollywood and film industry live. And it is quite concerning that an incident of this nature has happened in the heart of Bandra, close to this, house, which is Saif Ali Khan's Sadguru Sharan. Just a few meters away, 500 meters away is Salman Khan's residence as well. And then you have SRK's residence. All the Khans and Kapoor live in the vicinity of Bandra. And just a few months back, there was a firing incident outside Salman Khan's residence. That was very concerning. And now a burglary incident happening in this highly secured high-rise of Bandra. So the first reaction that is coming in from people living here is of shock, of disbelief. If it can happen in a celebrity's house, somebody who has, bouncers around him, who has security guards around him, this can happen inside the residence of a common citizen as well. So that is the fear among people living in Bandra, living in Mumbai in general. So yes, lawlessness is something that is being spoken about by the people of Mumbai. Mumbai police at the moment alert, they are, sort of experiencing a lot of flack at this point, considering this is not the first time.
Right, Radhika, we also have Avinash Dharmadhikari, retired ACP of the Mumbai Police, who has also provided security to actors such as Shatrughan Sinha and Dilip Kumar. Sir, हम बात कर रहे थे in regard to the security that the actors need perhaps in such situations. हम देखते हैं कि मीडिया constantly parked रहता है इन celebrities के घर के बाहर, जब वो जा रहे होते हैं, जब वो आ रहे होते हैं, चाहे एयरपोर्ट के बाहर क्यों ना हो. And इस वजह से बहुत सारी information leak हो जाती है regarding their whereabouts. In your opinion, shouldn't the media be more responsible?
नहीं, वो इन्फॉर्मेशन तो जब वो आना जाने का रहता है, घर में कौन है क्या है, और रात के 3 बजे घुसने का जो इनका जो कोशिश था, तो नेचुरली ये इन्फॉर्मेशन और वो इन्फॉर्मेशन में फर्क है। हाँ, इनका मूवमेंट मालूम पड़ता है। अगर समझो टेररिस्ट थ्रेट है तो उसके लिए ये डेफिनेटली डैमेजिंग है, क्योंकि जो विक्टिम है या जो सेलिब्रिटी है जो टारगेटेड है, उसकी मूवमेंट उनको मालूम पड़ती है कि घर से कितने बजे निकला है, कहाँ पे जा रहा है, उसका लोकेशन इनको मालूम पड़ सकता है बिकॉज ऑफ द मीडिया कवरेज। लेकिन अभी उसको ये तो सेलिब्रिटी के लिए पार्ट एंड पार्सल हो गया, ये प्रोफेशनल हर्डर बोल सकते हैं उसको, क्योंकि वो सेलिब्रिटी ऑलवेज कैमरा के अंडर ही रहते हैं, सर्वेलेंस में रहते हैं, अब मीडिया के हो या फिर सीसीटीवी के हो। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट वन मोर एंगल जो मेरे ध्यान में आ रहा है कि सेलिब्रिटी और ये जो बॉलीवुड में आपने वो ड्रग्स का एक एंगल रहता है, तो ये ड्रग्स एडिक्ट लोगों का भी इसमें इन्वॉल्वमेंट का बहुत बड़ा चांसेस रह सकता है। तो वो एक एंगल मेरे ख्याल से बम्बई पुलिस जरूर इसको ढूंढेगी और उसके ऊपर ज्यादा ध्यान देगी, क्योंकि इन लोगों को ऐसे सेलिब्रिटी बिल्डिंग्स में एक्सेस बहुत इजीली रहता है, आना जाना रहता है, रात के लेट नाइट आना जाना रहता है, तो वो एक एंगल देखना पड़ेगा मेरे ख्याल से।
सर, अगर आप एक्सप्लेन कर सकते हैं कि आपने अभी जो बोला है वो मोर डिटेल्स अबाउट व्हाट यू रियली सेड राइट नाउ।
आवाज कम आ रहा है
सर, ये आप जो नया एंगल की बात कर रहे हैं, यू आर अ रिटायर्ड ACP, यू डू नो लाइक व्हेन दीज इंसिडेंट्स टेक प्लेस, यू कैन कनेक्ट द डॉट्स फास्टर इन रिगार्ड टू कि क्या हो सकता है इस सिचुएशन में, व्हाट आर द पॉसिबिलिटीज इन सच अ सिचुएशन। आपने जो ये ड्रग्स का एंगल बोलने की कोशिश करी है इस वक्त, आप उसके बारे में जरा एक्सप्लेन करिए।
क्या हो जाता है, मैं आपको, ये तो कोई छुपी हुई बात नहीं है कि ड्रग्स सिंडिकेट्स का और बॉलीवुड का काफी नजदीक का नाता है। इससे पहले समीर वानखेड़े साहब ने भी उनको एक्सपोज किया हुआ है कॉर्डेलिया क्रूज में, उससे पहले बहुत सारे सेलिब्रिटीज ड्रग्स के मामले में पकड़े गए हैं। तो ये जो बिल्डिंग है जिसमें काफी सेलिब्रिटीज रहते हैं, ऐसा मेरा अंदाज है। तो ऐसे मैं ये नहीं कर रहा हूँ कि ड्रग एडिक्ट्स को सैफ अली के घर में आना जाना रहेगा, लेकिन किसी ना किसी बिल्डिंग में किसी और घर में भी आना जाना हो सकता है, कोई पार्टी हो सकती है, ऐसे बिल्डिंग्स में पार्टी भी चलती है, लेट नाइट तक पार्टियां चलती है, तो उसकी वजह से इनको भी वो बिल्डिंग में एक्सेस रहता है। और ड्रग एडिक्ट लोगों का,
अगर हम लॉलेसनेस की बात करें, पूजा भट्ट ने कहा है that she has never felt so unsafe as far as the queen of suburbs is concerned, this Bandra area। हमारी कॉलीग राधिका ने अभी बोला कि सलमान खान का घर बहुत ही पास में है सैफ अली खान से, शाहरुख खान का घर बहुत पास है। बैंड्रा इज सच अ वेरी सेफ एंड सिक्योर एरिया। मुंबई जैसा शहर है जब रात को कोई भी टैक्सी पकड़ के जा सकता है, वन ऑफ द सेफेस्ट सिटीज एज फार एज इंडिया इज कंसर्न। तो अब सेलिब्रिटीज बात कर रहे हैं कि जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, सेफ्टी, सिक्योरिटी है, वो बहुत ही even the opposition party there attacking the state government in regard to the safety and security of the common man।
नहीं, इसमें सेफ्टी एंड सिक्योरिटी है, तभी तो आप एक औरत भी रात के टाइम में बम्बई में महफूज, इवन कंपेयर टू दिल्ली, बम्बई दे फील वेरी सेफ। ये बम्बई पुलिस का जो काम है, उनका जो कंट्रोल है, उसकी वजह से पॉसिबल हुआ है। देखो, बम्बई पुलिस की बम्बई की आप पॉपुलेशन डेंसिटी देखिए तो इतने काफी डेंस है, उसकी वजह से बम्बई में पुलिस का कंट्रोल रखने के लिए काफी मुश्किल है। इसके बावजूद भी बम्बई पुलिस ने अभी तक काफी अच्छा कंट्रोल रखा है। ये इंसिडेंट्स इतने पॉपुलेटेड एरिया में होना तो कभी ना कभी पॉसिबल है, हो सकता है, लेकिन ज्यादातर के सीरियस ऑफेंसेस जब भी रहे, बम्बई पुलिस ने उसे आइदर प्रिवेंट किया है या फिर इमीडिएटली डिटेक्ट भी किया हुआ है। तो उसकी वजह से तो बम्बई में सब लोग महफूज प्रोटेक्टेड या
बिल्कुल जी, थैंक यू सो मच सर फॉर taking through getting us all the details in regard to in these situations what could really have happened. According to him, the person was perhaps had already done a recce of the house a day before, was probably in the vicinity, was probably sitting there because the CCTV footage has shown that there was no person that had entered Saif Ali Khan's in the last 2 hours before the incident that took place at about 2:30 in the morning. We have Abira joining us from right outside the Lilavati hospital where Saif Ali Khan has undergone treatment. The treatment is still on while he is in recovery at the moment. Abira, get us information regarding what all has happened so far. We do know he reached the hospital at about 3:30 in the morning. Who brought him to the hospital? Who all are there at the hospital with him? What has happened since 5:30 when that surgery that started for the actor?
He was, like Lilavati said, that he was brought into the hospital around 3:30 and the surgery started around 5:30. He was injured in 6 places and the neck and the spine has been badly injured. So they were performing, they had neurosurgeons who were performing the surgery, but the surgery is over now. The plastic surgeons have taken over and the surgery is still on. What we know till 1 hour back. Right now we just saw Saif Ali Khan and Ibrahim going inside Lilavati Hospital to visit his father. The children Saif Ali Khan and Ibrahim don't live with Saif Ali Khan in this house. Taimur and Jay, who are 8-year and 4-year-old, live in his house with Karina and the staff where the attack happened. Right now the whole family is by his side, and everybody on social media is posting get well soon messages for him, from fans to celebrities. Let me take you through what people are saying. Junior NTR has posted on X saying, shocked and saddened to hear about the attack on Saif sir, wishing and praying for a speedy recovery. Pooja Bhatt, of course, showed concern about lawlessness. She said, can this lawlessness please be curbed? And she has tagged Mumbai police and the CP Mumbai police. Director Kunal Kohli took on social media, who has also worked with Saif Ali Khan, said that shocking and scary incident, praying for Saif's speedy recovery. This is not the first time that a security breach like this has happened. We have also seen how Saif Ali Khan has been given security because there were gunshots outside his house. This is all happening in the same residence, that is Bandra West. They live very close to each other, and this time we also saw Shah Rukh Khan has been had security around his house on his birthday. For the first time, he did not step out on his birthday, and no fans were allowed even close to his house while he went out and met the fans in another venue. But this security concern has been there. Right now, Saif Ali Khan is in Lilavati going through the surgery, and we are just hoping to get an update from Lilavati in some time.
Right, you mentioned Kunal Kohli, the filmmaker. Of course, he's reacted to this incident, questioning the lapses as far as security is concerned. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
Incident, and it's a very scary incident. I mean, to find an intruder in your children's room, you don't have to be an actor to be scared or horrified with that. I think it was very, very brave of Saif that he fought so bravely to combat and to overpower the intruder. This is a high-profile building with, the entire family is high-profile. Saif, Bebo, they're all high-profile. So there's obviously a lot of security in the building. How did the intruder manage to get into the building is going to be questioned. I have full faith in Mumbai police and the ruling government. I am very sure that they will get into the matter and investigate the matter and come out with the reality. Celebrities have their own securities. They have their own bouncers. Their buildings, by the very basic of that there is a celebrity staying in the building. Because of that, there is heightened security. So I mean, what more can be done is a matter of debate. I think Saif is a very, very brave individual. He's a very brave father, a very brave husband, a very brave friend, and a very brave person. And I think at this point in time, our prayers go out that the surgery goes through successfully and he recovers soon, and the investigation will go on. So I think that's what is important right now. As a mother and as a wife, what Bebo will be going through at this moment, we cannot even begin to imagine. As a mother, to see an intruder with a knife in your children's bedroom, to see your husband being attacked like that, what she must be going through as a mother and a wife, how do we even comprehend that? How do we begin to comprehend that? The psychological impact it will have on her and on every mother now, that whenever they hear any noise in the middle of the night, they're going to be worried, they're going to be scared. And this is a high-rise apartment. This is not a ground floor or a bungalow in the ground floor that you can just scale the wall and enter. It's a high-rise. They're on a high floor. That is what is very, very concerning. On such a high floor where you feel secure, you feel safe, how does this happen? It is a very, very shocking incident, and it's a very scary incident. I mean, to find an intruder in your children's room, you don't have to be an actor to be scared or horrified with that. I think it was very, very brave of Saif.
Very brave of Saif to have tried to fight off that intruder, but has got injured in 6 multiple places, including his hand. That is what Kareena Kapoor's team has put out that message, that he got injured on his arm. And from what we do know is that he got injured very close to his spine. And there are 2 cuts. There are 2 wounds that have been deeper. The neurosurgery has been performed, and now the plastic surgery will be performed. He is in recovery, and then he will be shifted to the room later today. He is believed to be out of danger, but many questions being raised as far as the law and order situation in the city of Mumbai, particularly in the area of Bandra, is concerned, by the opposition party and also the Bollywood fraternity up in arms regarding the lawlessness that is being reported. Well, we will keep tracking the story. For now, we're moving on to more news, and this is in regard to the Formula E race case that the BRS leader KTR has now appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. This is the first time that KTR is being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate in the Formula E case. Do remember that earlier on he was questioned by the ACB for 7 hours in the money laundering charge. Now let's just go across to my colleague Uma, who has details for us. Uma, when KTR had to appear before the ACB in the first go, he returned saying that his legal team wasn't allowed. The second time around, the legal representative was there. His lawyer was made to sit in another room and was not allowed to be part of the questioning. This time around, when the Enforcement Directorate is questioning him, has he arrived at the ED office with his legal team, or is it just KTR that's gone in for questioning?
So Mr. KTR has been allowed with one of his legal team members in the Enforcement Directorate office. This is something that the ED has allowed, as it happened in the case of the ACB questioning. This person will be present he will be within vision of Mr. KTR. Rather, Mr. KTR and the investigators or the interrogators will be within the vision of the lawyer who has gone in along with Mr. KTR into the Enforcement Directorate office. There was a huge deployment of police force which is continuing even now outside the Enforcement Directorate office, which is actually very centrally located. A very short distance away is the Telangana Assembly, and a little distance away from that is the Telangana Secretariat as well. 3 things that we must point out. Even though there were FIRs that were booked against KTR and many of his party members, when he came out of the ACB after 7 hours of questioning, and there was all these people who raised slogans against the Chief Minister and saying that it was a false case that had been booked against KTR. Even then, there was a huge number of protesters who in fact came along with Mr. KTR to show that they are with him, standing with him, in solidarity with him, and also saying that this is a false case. So they were all being taken away by different people. I have with me one of the party members of the BRS. उस दिन पुलिस ने केस ठोका था बीआरएस के लीडर्स पर कि जब वो एसीबी से बाहर निकल के आए तब बहुत सारे लोग सेलिब्रिटी रैली में आए, लेकिन फिर भी आज आपने सोचा कि जब केटीआर अंदर जा रहे हैं क्वेश्चनिंग के लिए, पूछताछ के लिए, तब भी आप अंदर आए। क्या ये गलत नहीं है आपकी तरफ से?
देखिए, तेलंगाना बलिदानों की भूमि है और जो बीआरएस पार्टी है वो आंदोलनकारियों की पार्टी है, और आंदोलनकारी और बलिदानी लोग कभी किसी से डरने वाले तो हैं नहीं। सबसे पहले केसीआर जी ने जिस तरह से यहाँ पर 10 साल का शासन किया था वो कांग्रेस पार्टी को हजम नहीं हुआ और झूठी गारंटियाँ देकर के वो सत्ता में आ गए। आज केटीआर जी जिस तरह से आप बोल रहे हैं कि एक सेलिब्रिटी की तरह बाहर आए, तो डेफिनेटली सेलिब्रिटी की तरह बाहर आए थे, आएंगे और आते रहेंगे, क्योंकि गलत वहाँ कुछ हुआ नहीं है। लेकिन एक कार जो पार्टी का सिंबल भी कार है और जिस कार रेस में केटीआर जी को फंसाया जा रहा है वो भी एक कार है, तो कहीं ना कहीं रेवंत रेड्डी जी की नींद उड़ाने वाली ये कार है जो उनको कहीं भी चैन की सांस लेने नहीं दे रहा। केसीआर जी का मनोबल तोड़ने के लिए जिस तरह से कांग्रेस सरकार यहाँ पर एलिगेशंस लगा रही है, उससे कोई भी यहाँ पर केटीआर जी डरने वाले नहीं है।
No fear at all, and we will continue to protest and we will continue to stand with KTR is what Priya Gupta ji is telling us. She's with the BRS, and actually dozens of them, almost 50 to to 100 of them had gathered here, many of them being taken away by the police now. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Uma, for getting us those details. And switching tracks back to Saif Ali Khan, who was injured in an incident that took place within the confines of his own residence in Bandra, his building, which is called Sadhguru Sharan. They live on the 12th floor, the top floor, and that is where an intruder attacked the actor in 6 multiple places. He's had 6 injuries. He was rushed to the Lilavati hospital at 3:30 in the morning. Surgery was performed at 5:30 this morning, which lasted for over 2 hours. He is said to be in recovery, but plastic surgery is yet to be done. The actor is said to be out of danger. We have Shobha Dey joining us to get us more on this. Shobha Dey, thank you for speaking to us here at NDTV. When we talk about the incidents that are taking place, particularly in regard to the Bollywood fraternity, from Salman Khan's house that was attacked, now an incident that's taken place within the confines of Saif Ali Khan. There have been threats to Shah Rukh Khan as well. It is, of course, very concerning as far as the Bollywood fraternity up in arms regarding the safety and security when it comes to the city of Mumbai.
Well, the question really is that how has the law and order situation in Mumbai deteriorated to this extent? Bandra itself has become almost like a lawless suburb where brazen attacks are taking place, not just on Bollywood personalities, but every high-profile business person or any high-profile business or otherwise person is living with in fear and with dread that these kind of attacks, what is going on with the police force, what is happening at the Bandra police station, why is there no security level that can guarantee the safety of these high-profile people? They all come with layers of security. The state provides some of it. They have their own personal security. Despite that, the audacity of this attack is what has shocked everyone, and it's a good thing that there was Saif Ali Khan was, I think, from what I hear, was fit enough, strong enough to even put up a resistance. But that a man, from what I hear, had been hiding inside his own home and attacked him from within is something that is a matter of great concern. What kind of security can we expect from our cops and from the state government if a person like Saif Ali Khan with his layers of security is not safe in his own bed?
Right, Shobha Dey, when we talk about celebrities and the security measures that are usually in place, take us through, it's very difficult to enter a Mumbai building without being asked questions. How can this man enter the residence of such a high-profile building in Bandra, in which celebrities such as Kareena Kapoor and Saif Ali Khan live? A lot of questions being, surrounding the safety, the security, and also these security breaches. Who is really to be blamed here?
Well, you can't. It's not really hard to find residents where they live. They're always surrounded by paparazzi who monitor their every movement. They monitor the movement of their children. It's anyone coming to Bandra and asking for their residence will be pointed in the right direction. So it's not as if it's a guarded secret where they live. But that's not the point. The breach is what is concerning everyone, because the breach is of a very serious nature. This is, in fact, the true version of what took place, because we still don't know. We are still speculating as to whether the man was inside. Was it an attack which was orchestrated from within Saif's own home? Was it an inside job? Was it from external enemies of people like Saif, like Salman Khan? I mean, the obvious police version, which I'm waiting for, will be that the Bishnois are somehow involved in this attack as well. We don't know at this point. It will be irresponsible to say it, but I'm kind of anticipating that it will be linked in some way, since Saif Ali Khan was also part of, the unit that was present when the backpack attack had taken place. It's possible he's been the target, but that doesn't explain a lot of other things. And the police have a lot to answer for, as does, the Home Department, as to what is going on. That people, just regular people, are feeling threatened. And Bandra seems to be completely like open warfare declared. It's like the ganglions are back operating in this suburb, which sees a lot of extremely vulnerable, high-profile celebrities living there.
Shobha Day, Saif Ali Khan has small children, as do other actors. We see the media constantly parked outside their houses or at the airports, which, it tends to leak out very crucial information regarding their whereabouts. In your opinion, shouldn't the media be more responsible?
I don't think that it's the media's responsibility to safeguard the security of celebrities. They are doing their job. They are doing what they're expected to do, which is cover the lives of very famous people. That's what the paparazzi the world over do. The paparazzi doesn't ensure security for the people they're photographing. It's actually the only and sole responsibility of the police department and the state to make sure that every citizen feels secure. In a city like Mumbai, it is not possible to have absolutely a blemish-free police record. That's a given. But these are targeted hits. These are targeted attacks. It's very different from what happened with, for example, Baba Siddiqui in that case, or the shooting at Salman Khan's residence, or the threats to Shah Rukh Khan. What is the signal that we are giving out to people like them or other businessmen that the city is not safe for them to operate anymore? Is it that their families need to be surrounded at all times by Z category security provided either by the state and their own personal security? Why would they choose to live in a city like Mumbai where they earn their livelihood? They are icons for a lot of their fan base. Why would they want to live in a city that in many ways threatens their life almost on a daily basis? How will they function? Even as actors, as business people, as anybody doing anything worthwhile in this city, which has always encouraged dreamers from across India. Who will want to come to a city like Mumbai if the basic security can't be guaranteed? If people are moving out of Mumbai and making their base out of the country, in a way one can understand it. They don't feel safe in the city anymore.
Shobha Day, prior to social media, one didn't have this much information regarding celebrities, their whereabouts, from, when they're leaving the city, from when they're coming back into the city. This could very well be a burglary threat, an attempt to perhaps rob something from the house of the celebrity. We don't really know what has led to this attack. We do know that he was inside the residence of the actor. The actor did try to fight him off, did try to overpower this intruder, and did manage to do so, but in the bargain he obviously did sustain many injuries, multiple injuries we're talking about. He's said to be out of danger. However, he is going to remain in the hospital. When we talk about the kind of information that's put out there on social media in regard to where the celebrities are, what they're doing, do you feel that in this day and age there needs to be some sort of limit here?
One cannot make social media the villain of this piece or of any piece for that matter. This is the world we live in. Social media is here to stay. The celebrities themselves, a lot of this exposure is oxygen to them and to their fame. So it's a win-win situation when the going is good. You can't turn around and say, oh, social media is revealing too much information. Who decides what's too much or what's not? Most of the time, the stars, PR agents themselves are calling up media and saying, so-and-so is going to be here, so-and-so is leaving from the airport, so-and-so is attending a party. This is how it is. This is how the celebrity game is being played across the world. But that does not exonerate the responsibility of the cops and the security agencies and the state. You cannot say social media is to be blamed for something like this. This is a culture, social media culture that exists. We have to make peace with it. But it does not mean that we live with fear because of what is known about our movement. How can any famous person protect that level of security and privacy where their whereabouts are not known? They're public figures. For heaven's sake, it's not their job. The onus is not on them to protect themselves from letting it be known where they're going to be. They're going to be in public places. Their homes are constantly, they are being stalked, their children are being stalked. This is what it is. But that does not mean that their lives need to be so fragile and they need to feel threatened because of social media. Absolutely not. That responsibility ends begins and ends with the cops and the state and the security agencies.
Right, Shobhade, of course, many questions are being raised as to how did the man, enter this building. A lot of questions being raised about the security lapses here. Well, let's just get you visuals. This is the first video that is emerging in regard to what really happened. This is when they were trying to take Saif Ali Khan to the Lilavati hospital. You can see Kareena Kapoor there along with the staff of her household there right outside their building. This is the Sadhguru Sharan building. Kareena seen talking to her staff while they were trying to get Saif Ali Khan to the Lilavati hospital right after the incident, that scuffle that took place between the actor and the intruder there. Kareena Kapoor Khan there in her night suit right outside her residence trying to get Saif to the hospital, the Lilavati hospital, where he was rushed at 3:30 in the morning. Do remember that scuffle that broke out at 2:30 in the morning at the residence, the Sadhguru Sharan building in Bandra area of Mumbai. Kareena speaking to her staff members there in regard to how to get Saif Ali Khan to the Lilavati hospital. He was rushed to the Lilavati hospital. From sources, what we are really hearing is that he was accompanied by his caretaker and his eldest son, Ibrahim, while Kareena Kapoor there making arrangements to ensure to get her husband Saif Ali Khan to the Lilavati hospital. So these are visuals from right outside the residence of this morning when it was the actor who was being rushed to the Lilavati hospital. Kareena Kapoor Khan standing right outside that residence, the Sadhguru Sharan building in Bandra west of Mumbai. The incident took place on the 12th floor, the residence of actors Kareena Kapoor and Saif Ali Khan. There was a scuffle that broke out between an intruder and the actor. There was an argument that took place between the female household staff and the intruder. That's what woke up the actor, is what we are hearing from our sources. He did come out to pacify the man who had, been inside their residence. Now, CCTV camera footage has shown that no one entered the residence for at least 2 hours. So perhaps that man was hiding inside for at least 2 hours, perhaps waiting for everybody to go to sleep, perhaps waiting for it to become quiet. But now this is the first video that has emerged from what really happened yesterday, this early morning at about 3:30 when Saif Ali Khan was being taken to the Lilavati hospital. The scuffle that broke out at about 2:30, of course, he was injured. He was injured in multiple places. 6 places is where the actor has sustained injuries, 2 of which are said to be deeper. 1 is said to be very close to the spine, the other the neck. The surgery has been performed. It was at 5:30 this morning that the surgery started. From what we're hearing is that the neurosurgery has been completed and it is a plastic surgery that is to be performed on the actor. He is at the Lilavati hospital. This is 3:30 in the morning. Visuals from on your screen from 3:30 this morning when the actor was being rushed to the Lilavati hospital. What we do know is the caretaker as well as Ibrahim, his eldest son, is accompanied Saif Ali Khan to the hospital, the Lilavati hospital. Visuals on your screen of the first video that has emerged of Kareena Kapoor Khan standing outside her residence trying to get Saif Ali Khan to the Lilavati hospital right after he sustained 6 injuries in a scuffle with an intruder who broke into their house. CCTV footage has shown that no one entered for at least 2 hours. So perhaps what it is indicating is that the man was hiding inside their residence for hours, perhaps waiting for it to get quiet. The police is saying that perhaps this could be an attempt to rob the actors. Nobody really knows what really happened, what really led to that attack. It was Saif Ali Khan who did hear the household staff, a female help who was arguing with this intruder, which woke him up. He did try to pacify the man, but in the process he was injured. He has sustained a very deep cut close to his spine, another to his neck. There are 4 other injuries. He was rushed to the Lilavati hospital at 3:30 this morning, and that is when the actor reached. He was then later, there was surgery that was performed, the neurosurgery that was performed on the actor. And now the plastic surgery has to take place is what we are hearing. So the 54-year-old was hospitalized and he required a medical procedure following the incident. He was apparently asleep at his house when he was woken up to suspicious sounds. The incident took place at about 2:30 in the morning. He got up and confronted the intruder and a scuffle broke out. The intruder stabbed Saif Ali Khan 6 times and fled the scene. The police, that's the Mumbai police and the crime branch police, both are involved in the investigation. They have scanned the CCTV footage. There seems to be no one who entered the house for at least 2 hours before this incident took place. They have also questioned the staff, the household staff of the actor, which includes the female house help who was heard arguing with the intruder. He suffered 6 stab wounds while he was trying to pacify that intruder. We did hear from the staff of the Lilavati hospital who said that he is out of danger. The actor is believed to be out of danger. He was operated upon by a team of doctors led by neurosurgeon Dr. Nitin Dange, as well as cosmetic surgeon Dr. Leena Jain, and anesthetic was provided as well. So this is, from what we are hearing is that the surgery went on for at least 2.5 hours, and the plastic surgery and repairing of wounds is currently underway. He is said to be completely out of danger, but an FR has been launched by the Bandra police. And we have Radhika joining us on the phone line. Radhika, visuals on our screen showing really what happened at 3:30 this morning when Kareena Kapoor, was trying to rush Saif Ali Khan to the hospital. She's seen right outside in her night suit with her staff from her household. What information do we have for us? How did Saif Ali Khan get to the hospital? Who was with him at the time? We can see Kareena Kapoor there, extremely worried and concerned about, that scuffle that broke out just a few minutes before this really happened.
Yes, absolutely. Those are the visuals of Kareena Kapoor talking to some of her staffers as well as the security at the building. This happened soon after the scuffle broke out and Saif Ali Khan was taken to the hospital. Kareena Kapoor there inquiring as to what exactly happened with the staffers there. These are late night visuals. Remember, the incident happened at about 2 a.m. when this intruder broke into Saif Ali Khan's residence. The police suspect that one of the house helps knew of this attacker, and that is how he gained entry into the residence. That is something that has to be confirmed by the police, but this is what they suspect at this point. But those are the visuals of Kareena Kapoor talking to the house help and made, as to what exactly transpired. Now, sequence of events is something the police is yet to reveal as to how exactly the man gained entry, what the CCTV footage has in fact revealed, and what exactly happened in that particular scuffle. Was the house help also involved? We believe that house help has been injured in that particular incident as well. Minor injuries, though, and she's out of danger. Saif Ali Khan, who underwent multiple surgeries, is also out of danger, is what we are being given to understand. So yes, very, very unfortunate incident happening in the heart of Bandra. A lot of questions being raised on the law and order situation in a high-profile area like Bandra in the city of Mumbai.
Right, Radhika, of course, footage, from right outside Sadhguru Sharan building where both the actors Kareena and Saif live. And of course, from what we really are hearing is that according to the CCTV footage, they did not capture anyone entering the premises within 2 hours before the attack, which basically means that he had entered the residence and he had been sitting there and waiting. So Radhika, a lot of questions being raised that how did he breach the security? How did he manage getting inside? And how did he manage hiding inside for over 2 hours? So of course there has to be some sort of internal work here. It perhaps is reflective of an inside job, perhaps an inside job in regard to this situation, because not just well, this is in regard, visuals on your screen of Kareena Kapoor Khan standing right outside her building when Saif Ali Khan was being taken to the Lilavati hospital right after the scuffle that broke out at their residence in Bandra.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform. Please mind the gap. BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
Well, I'm in Altadena. This is one of the worst hit areas. When disaster strikes, NDTV World brings you exclusive on-the-ground reports straight from the heart of the action.
A neighborhood in Los Angeles that has been devastated by fire.
I just received an emergency alert extreme, which has come on my phone.
Stay tuned for NDTV World's in-depth coverage as we bring you the real stories from Los Angeles.
This is the Altadena area, and there are still fires, and there's a lot of smoke in the area. These houses completely gutted.
This is reporting that matters only on NDTV World.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a time of sweeping economic change, what can India's past tell us about its future? From the watershed moments of 1991 to the challenges of tomorrow. Join Sanjay Pugalia, Editor-in-Chief NDTV, in conversation with past and present Finance Commission chairpersons N.K. Singh and Arvind Panagari. Reforms past, present and future. A special presentation on NDTV.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shape.
Saif Ali Khan has been attacked inside his own residence by an intruder. Well, these are visuals on your screen after that incident that took place, and it is Kareena Kapoor Khan who's seen right outside that residence at the Sadhguru Sharan. They do live on the top floor of that building, but Kareena rushed him down to trying to take him to the Lilavati hospital. And the auto that you see on your screen, that auto rickshaw in the video, is the auto rickshaw that took Saif Ali Khan to the Lilavati hospital at 3:30 this morning. He was accompanied by his eldest son Ibrahim and a caretaker. Kareena there making arrangements to get Saif Ali Khan to the hospital. This is after the scuffle that broke out with an intruder, in which the actor was injured in multiple places. He was injured in 6 places, to be precise.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
Well, I'm in Altadena. This is one of the worst hit areas. When disaster strikes, NDTV World brings you exclusive on-the-ground reports straight from the heart of the action.
A neighborhood in Los Angeles that has been devastated by fire.
I just received an emergency alert extreme, which has come on my phone.
Stay tuned for NDTV World's in-depth coverage as we bring you the real stories from Los Angeles.
This is the Altadena area, and there are still fires, and there's a lot of smoke in the area. These houses completely gutted.
This is reporting that matters only on NDTV World.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In a time of sweeping economic change, what can India's past tell us about its future? From the watershed moments of 1991 to the challenges of tomorrow. Join Sanjay Pugalia, Editor-in-Chief NDTV, in conversation with past and present Finance Commission chairpersons N.K. Singh and Arvind Panagare. Reforms past, present and future. A special presentation on NDTV.
Actor Saif Ali Khan has been stabbed 6 times inside the confines of his own residence by an intruder. He has undergone neurosurgery. He has to undergo plastic surgery, but the doctors are saying he's said to be out of danger. The police have set up 15 teams to hunt for the intruder. The Mumbai police and the crime branch are involved in solving this case. The actor is said to be out of danger for now, but what really led to that scuffle in which the actor has been attacked in 6 different places is the question. Moments after Saif Ali was attacked by an intruder in 6 different places, from his arm to his neck and very close to his spine. This is a video in which Saif can be seen rush to the hospital, inside an auto rickshaw. The auto rickshaw you see on your screen is the auto rickshaw that took Saif Ali Khan, the actor, to the Leelavati hospital at 3:30 this morning after the scuffle that broke out with an intruder inside his house. And a shockwave amongst the Bollywood celebrities who are reacting to the stabbing. They're outraged over the audacity of the attack, saying that if the celebrities in Mumbai can be attacked, what about the common man? In the Formula E race case, it is KTR who has appeared before the ED. He's being questioned by the ED for the very first time in the Formula E case. However, he has been questioned by the ACB, the Anti-Corruption Bureau, for 7 hours in the same case.